collaboration, innovation, and impactful conversation. I thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, and congratulations on the receipt of the license for a TV station. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the program is a presentation by one of the big four consulting companies in Nigeria, PricewaterhouseCoopers. The theme is Thriving in an Age of Continuous Reinvention. And this will be done by the country's senior partner, PwC Nigeria, and regional senior partner for West Market, Mr. Sam Abu. Please put your hands together for Sam as he comes to do the presentation. And I ask that we kindly take notes as he makes his presentation so that we can go home with that. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Let me add my welcome to Frank's welcome. Welcome to the CEO Forum for 2024. There's a very old Chinese proverb that says, "May you live in interesting times." And I think I speak for everyone when I say I think we are all living in interesting times at the moment. I want to talk about thriving in the age of continuous reinvention. And I think that aligns very closely to the thematic areas that had been shared earlier by the MCs. Every year at PwC, we conduct a global CEO survey. And in that survey, we ask CEOs from across the world what matters to them as CEOs, what risks they face, what challenges they face in their business, in their operating environments, and what strategies they deploy or are considering to address those challenges and those risks. So we had one for last year. We just released the outcome of that survey, and for many of you, you would have seen a small booklet that we've shared that has an excerpt that relates specifically to West Africa. And it's very good reading, and it has plenty of information that you'll find very useful. What am I going to cover? Talk about the outline, the context for this conversation, the imperative for reinventing your businesses as CEOs or as small businesses or in whatever capacity you operate in your organization. We're also going to look at the reinvention playbook. What should you be thinking about as you reinvent your business? And we'll conclude. As I said, we live in interesting times. We operate in every single company, whether you're in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, you're subject to what we call the 5 significant mega trends. And these mega trends is affecting communities, societies, businesses, individuals in very significant ways. Firstly, there's climate change. That needs no introduction. Everyone understands how climate change is affecting our businesses, affecting our communities. In Nigeria, for instance, we are all too aware of what happens every single year, whether it's flooding in Lagos, drought in the Middle Belt, desertification up north. Our lives are being impacted significantly by climate change. And if you go on further, there's technology disruption. Perhaps in the last 2 years, there has been more technology disruption in our lives and coming down the pike than we have experienced maybe in the previous 20 years. Artificial intelligence has come to stay. It is now a feature of many business strategies, and it is not something that you can ignore. Demographic shifts, population shifts, Demographics are changing across the world. In Nigeria, we have a youthful population. In other parts of the world, the population is aging. This has significant implications for consumer patterns, for how you deploy your strategies to meet consumer demands and consumer needs. It also has implications for how do we fund pensions for aging populations, and for countries like Nigeria, how do we put our youthful population to work to increase our productive capacity? Fracturing worlds. As we speak right now, there are perhaps 3 or 4 major conflicts across the world. The Russia-Ukraine crisis or war is well into its 3rd year. There is a crisis in the Middle East. We have closer to home in Africa, we perhaps have 2 or 3 significant civil wars that are happening. There's Sudan, there's DRC. And even if you step away from wars and conflicts, the division and divisiveness that is a part of our everyday lives is all too obvious. Elections in the US, elections in Europe, in the UK, we are continuing to be a very deeply divided world. And that has significant implications for you as CEOs as you conduct your businesses. All of this lead to increasing social instability. And social instability, it doesn't matter where you are. Whether you're in Nairobi, for those of you who have been reading the news, you saw what happened in Nairobi, or in Lagos, or the US, or the UK. Social instability is now a fact of life because of the increasing disparity, firstly, in communities between the rich and the poor, but even more broadly, the disparity between rich countries and poor countries. And that continues to fuel some of the challenges that we face in this part of the world. In Nigeria, we're 1 year into the current government, and there have been considerable reforms underway. A lot has happened. I wouldn't spend too much on this slide. We all know the impact of subsidy removal, debt restructuring, the deregulation of the FX market, and all of those industrial reforms that the government is, that are currently underway, with varying degrees of success. We can debate how successful they are, how adequate they are, but there are reforms underway. And for you as CEOs, it is critical that you understand what this means for your business and what strategies you need to consider in order to take advantage of whatever changes or transformations exist within that system. Moving on very quickly, our survey indicates that these are the things that CEOs are concerned about. And you see that this is very closely aligned to the 5 mega trends that I talked about. We've got technology there, we have economic issues in Nigeria, in this part of the world, inflation, interest rates, FX volatility are a clear and present risk to many of our business, to many of your business, and I'm sure you understand that. Climate change, business model viability, which I'll talk to in a little bit more, and health and social inequalities. Health and social inequalities and the impact it has on our workforce is a significant challenge for many of our CEOs. Many CEOs tell us that the most significant challenge they face in this part of the world is, do I have the talent to help me meet my objectives as a business? The Japa syndrome or Japa phenomenon is unabating, and it continues to place significant strain on our business's ability to be successful. What are CEOs doing? What do they think? CEOs think that 51% of the 4,000 CEOs we surveyed across the world believe that there will be a downturn in the economy in the next 1 year. And I think that is fairly reflective of what our Nigerian respondents, our West African respondents said as well. They think that they are short-term pessimistic, long-term optimistic, but they think in the next 1 year there will be significant downturn in the economy, perhaps before things start to turn around. And 45% of CEOs doubt the abilities of their companies to be viable within the next decade continuing the way they are continuing. That means many CEOs think that if we continue to do business the way we do it now, we will not have a business, we will not be in business in 10 years. And I think that that is a very strong and resounding case for business model reinvention. You need to rethink your business, you need to think about what you do to transform your current business. And what are CEOs doing? These are some of the strategies that CEOs are adopting across the world. And you do well to consider what you need to do here to make your business viable in the short term and in the long term. Technology, adopting new technologies to enhance your competitive advantage. You cannot ignore technology. You will not be successful if you're not thinking very strategically about technology, about digitization, about artificial intelligence, and how you can deploy technology into your business to make you more competitive, to make you meet your customers where they are, and to make you sell your products better. Technology is key. Developing new products and services, rethinking your business model around what your products should be, what your services should be, what industry you should be in. Frank said, and I see Frank said now that they just got a TV license. That is an example of business model reinvention. How do I expand my products and my services? And those are some of the things that CEOs are thinking about. Forming new strategic partnerships, implementing new pricing models. If you're pouring at 30% in Nigeria, you need a new pricing model, I dare say. If you have, if you're importing at 1,500 or whatever to the naira to the dollar, you need a new pricing strategy. So you've got to rethink what your pricing model is and how you can make that work for you. The last one there is shift from a global supply chain to a regional supply chain. And I think that that is quite obvious. We're extremely import dependent in Nigeria. So if you're in the manufacturing sector, and we've seen what that has meant for many companies in the last year, where companies have closed up shop or have left Nigeria. What that means is that you've got to rethink, what are my sources? What's my supply chain? Do I really have to import? And we're seeing many companies in this part of the world beginning to consider local sourcing for their production and for their manufacturing infrastructure. It is hard work, but it is something that has to be done. Four critical things to consider. One, transform your workforce. These are the strategies that you must think about. You must transform your workforce. Enable, empower, train your people. And to do this, you need to, I dare say, I want to amplify the message, you can be successful without deploying technology. You are not going to be able to replace everybody who leaves your company with another person. Sometimes you need to just enable your technology, think about how you can automate and digitize, and make your current workforce be digitally able. That is how you're going to be able to address that. You've got to, workforce transformation is critical. Number two, redefine your strategic choices. What is important? Where is the value? Many CEOs that we survey talk about internal red tape. You are trapped. Many CEOs and many companies are victims of their own historical success. What worked in the past is not going to work anymore. What is value? Where does value lie now? What do customers want? And are you ready to meet customers where they are? Number three, sustainability, climate change. If you do not have a sustainability strategy, then you're not ready for the future. You simply are not. It is not only a good thing to do for our societies, for our communities, it's a good thing to do for your business. More and more investors, financiers, for instance, are asking for your sustainable practice strategy. You will not be able to access funds if you don't have a sustainability strategy. Your cost of funds might be higher simply because you don't have a sustainability strategy. If you think about Nigeria, if you're not thinking about energy efficiency, thinking about how you can control, contain your carbon footprint, there you're not thinking about the contract, you're not thinking about your business. So sustainability is critical. And lastly, innovate. You have to learn, innovate, do things differently. The demography is changing. What your customer needs are changing. In this age of technology, what your customer wanted last year or 2 years ago is not what he wants today. So you've got to always learn, think about what customers need, what the trends are, and collaborate to make sure that you are able to meet customers where they are at. In conclusion, one, the Nigerian macroeconomic environment is changing. It is dynamic. It is challenging. I want to expand that and say it's not Nigeria. Everywhere across the world, that is the reality of businesses. Two, those challenges require you to rethink your business. What worked in the past is not necessarily going to work today, and therefore you've got to rethink you have to do what we call business model reinvention. Rethink your business model. Is it still applicable? And those changes, those challenges that exist everywhere are opportunities for growth and opportunities for you to adopt new strategies. And many CEOs in this room are already doing that. Many CEOs in this country, across the world, are already tackling those challenges, exploring those opportunities. Do not be left behind. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together once again for Sam Abu, Country Director, Country Senior Partner, PwC Nigeria. Thank you so very much for giving us that presentation and setting the tone for today. We really appreciate your insights, and thank you for talking about what it means to thrive in an age of continuous reinvention. Let's put our hands together for him once again. I'm very excited for this next session. It's entitled Adaptive Strategies Leading Through Economic Challenges. Let's put our hands together for the moderator, Kemi Ajumobi, who is the Associate Editor at BusinessDay Media, the editor of the Inspiring Women's series, and also Women's Hub at BusinessDay. She's essentially the Minister of Women's Affairs at BusinessDay. So let's put our hands together for Kemi Ajumobi. Let's do better than that. Let's encourage her. Very excited about this panel session, and all the best.
It's looking like Lily has given me another job. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually excited about this particular panel. Anyone who knows me knows that I breathe, live, talk, and always excited about things that have to do with women. And it's not because of the gender. For me, it's usually mostly because of the agenda. Because beyond being a woman, you certainly must have an agenda, which you want people to know you for, not just because you're female. So to every woman in the room, please put your hands together for yourself and celebrate the amazing person that you are. The men can clap for us, so it's okay. It's okay. When you get home, you explain why you didn't clap for us. The theme for the panel says, Adaptive Strategies Leading Through Economic Challenges. I'll be calling the fantastic women, I'm actually excited about this panel, who will be, I think I should sit here, answering the questions that were set for them. My first panelist is an amazing woman who is outstanding at her organization to the extent that she's at the top of her organization. She is working for the bank that's ensuring that import and export is done well and that investors are concerned about doing things with our country. Please put your hands together for Stella Okotete, the Executive Director, Business Development, Nigeria Export and Import Bank, Nexon. If you're clapping for her, maybe we should just do it well. Thank you very much. I think I should still stand. The next person I'm going to call is somebody who, I say she's a doyen of the tech world. And she used to work for a company that is just a click away. But beyond that, she has now gone beyond limits to become the CEO of Beyond Limits. This tease is very, very, Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen her on your screen, you've heard her somewhere, or you have seen her somewhere that you didn't think she would be, but then she came and then she broke the tables for everybody to learn. Put your hands together for Juliet Ehimwa. I hope I called that well. If you're clapping for her, please do it well. She is the CEO of Beyond Limits and the former director, Google West Africa. The Google effect, Beyond Limits. All right. How many of you have watched Funmilayo Ransom Kuti? Has anybody watched it? If you haven't, go and sin no more. That's a beautiful piece. And our speaker on this panel is someone who is a multi-award winning film director. Emphasis on multi-award winning. And producer. She is the founder and CEO of Terra Culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this woman that is doing us proud, even on the global scene. Bolanle Austin Peters. You see, we are in the spirits. She's wearing pink and wearing pink. This panel is going to be hot. Please keep clapping. They do honor her abroad. Let's do it well at home. It looks like we planned it. Yeah. Yes, please. We have a woman at the helm of affairs at the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, and that's a good thing. She is the MD, and her name is Olubunmi Oluwaseun Kuku. Please put your hands together for her. I think she's joining us online. Yes, please. Our last speaker is also joining us online. I mean, she's had amazing events around the world, even in Nigeria. I've been at one of her programs before to, do what I love to do outside my official work. And she's an amazing, amazing woman. She's the co-founder of Zigma, and her name is Fumi Ogbue. Please put your hands together for her. All right, question time. This feels like WAEC, but it's not. And what I like to do is to let my panelists know that you're going to be speaking from your heart, and you're not confined to saying what you don't want to say. So please feel free to express yourself exactly the way you want to. So thank you so much. The theme says adaptive strategies leading through economic challenges. My first question is for Madam Stella Kotete. Looking at the rise of female CEOs in Nigeria, how is this, in your opinion, impacting the statistics of women in leadership roles and inclusion? Also, have we moved the dial, or is corporate Nigeria becoming more inclusive and empowering female professionals? I would like you to answer that for us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll say yes, we're improving, because today Nigeria currently has about 10 female CEOs of our Nigerian banks, and we have double the number as executive directors, and heading also some of the very critical departments or divisions within the corporate space. So yes, we're improving, but there's still room for more women, because if you look at the financial sector currently today, the women leading most of our banks are actually repositioning the banks with new innovative ideas, bringing in new risks and mitigating strategies to help support businesses, in this tough time. I'll tell you that we can get more women to sit on the table, because the table is big enough to carry and entertain what we have to offer. You asked another question as regards what the future holds for our women. The future is very bright. We just need to encourage our younger women to navigate the storms better than we did. And I'm still very young, so we're also looking forward to having a more robust platform where we'll be able to show our worth, because we face a whole lot of things, you know. The corporate world is really tough. And when you have to juggle between family, the workspace, and the hurdles you meet within the work ecosystem, you would know that what we need more as women is just to be more collaborative. We need that partnership between ourselves. We need more women network. I was happy I met someone here today who is supporting career women. So we tell our stories, we learn from our stories, and I'm sure in no short time, with due respect to the men, would have women, you know, running the economy of our country. And we've shown, I've said it, we've shown our worth. Remember when we had inflation, depression in the economy of Nigeria, we had female ministers who were able, you know, to turn the wheel and got us, you know, to a more safer space. I'm sure if we have more of those women today in our economy, we'll be able to navigate better and deal with all the FS issues we are having.
All those in support say yay. All those in support say yay. Yay. The yays have it. The question I have for our amazing speaker, who I said is just a click away, what strategies is your organization adopting to navigate economic uncertainties? Juliet Ehimwan. Yes, it is.
Better? Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I'm wearing multiple hats today. I serve on the board of a few commercial organizations, particularly in the finance sector, FMCG, and oil and gas, as well as running my own organization. And so I'll be responding from multiple vantage points. I think one thing that is consistent across board is the fact that every organization, in one way or the other, is experiencing the economic challenges that we talk about. Say, for example, in FMCG, where you have an inflationary environment, consumer purchasing power is limited. And so, you know, we've seen challenges around maintaining the same level of profitability that we've had on a year-on-year basis. Or in an oil and gas sector where you're looking to expand, with climate change and conversations around divestment from fossil fuels, etc. And you know, when you consider the fact that interest rates in the country are at an all-time high, about 30%, across the world as well, there are, you know, it's more challenging getting the required funding. And so these are things that affect everyone in some shape or form. And I would say that collectively, there are 5 things that have been shown to just really help navigate the challenges. One is cost optimization. When we're talking about resilience, we're looking at you know, staying strong amidst the challenges, keeping the business afloat, and even profitable. Now, where you have dwindling revenues, we need to think about costs. And adopting cost optimization practices, looking at reducing waste, removing redundancies, streamlining processes, and this is where technology can really play a very important role. You know, we've seen some organizations adopt ERP systems, enterprise resource planning tools. Most organizations have at least 7 different functions, you know, from sales to marketing to business development, operations, etc. And when you have these functions in silos, replicating systems, etc., you have inefficiencies within the organizations. But looking at business integration, using ERP platforms, for example, so that you're able to streamline workflows, streamline tasks, and so that management can have a single source of truth. As a leader, you're able to, at the click of a button, get a good view of how your business is doing, every aspect of the business. That helps us to understand where is the wastage happening, what are the products that we need to sunset? Perhaps because when you look at the cost and return dynamics, they're not very favorable. And where are our cash cows, et cetera? Where are the inefficiencies within the business so that we can use that data to make more informed decisions that can help the business navigate the challenges. And the second thing, quite linked to that, is just adaptability and agility. It's so important that we're able to respond fast because we are, it's been described as a VUCA world. It's volatile, it's complex, it's uncertain, it's ambiguous, etc. We need to be able to respond very quickly. And so having this data at our fingertips just really helps us to pivot when necessary and to be flexible enough within the organization to make those necessary transitions. The third thing I would say is digital transformation, which underpins all of this. Digital transformation has been an imperative for a while now, actually. In fact, if this is not something that is top line in your business today, then you're missing the boat. You're behind because we're not even talking about digital transformation anymore. We're talking about AI-enabled businesses. So digital transformation is really a must-have for any business. Looking at leveraging cloud computing, artificial intelligence tools, CRM tools to help us better understand our customers, understand the market dynamics, understand changing consumer behaviors and preferences, helping us to adequately target the relevant addressable market for our products and services, and just really understand and respond to trends. The fourth one I would say is diversification. One of the things that we observed during the pandemic, I know this is an extreme example, but some supply chains completely broke down, completely. And so making sure that we're reducing our reliance and dependence on specific suppliers, specific markets, and just really diversifying, looking at innovative models, this is really important. And the final thing, of course, is people, because no business exists without people. As we're transforming, as we are optimizing, we need to carry our employees along. We need to also remember that the business is facing challenges, but our employees are also in the same environment. And so individually, they're also experiencing these challenges. They're also impacted by inflation, etc. And we need them to be able to ride the wave. They are closer to the customer in many cases. They are more in touch with the pulse on the ground. They're in the field. And so we should make sure that we're training, we're building capacity, and we are prioritizing employee well-being as much as possible. So these are five things across board that we've seen to be quite effective and important.
Thank you. That was that was really deep. My question for you, Bolanle Austin Peters, before I ask the question, you're in an industry where if you know the work, it will show. If you do not know the work, it will show. But somehow you have consistently shown that it can be done and it can be done well. So here's me giving you your flowers first before I ask you your question. Now, the core of movie production is money. No matter how talented the actor is, if there's no money, it may not be able to flow. No matter how loyal the person is to you, you still have to pay. How confident are you about your company's prospects for revenue growth over the next 12 months or 3 years? And what are the factors contributing to your optimism or your caution?
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So like Juliet mentioned earlier, I wear a lot of hats. So as a movie director and producer, as a board member of many other companies that are not in this space, and as a lawyer. And all these experiences have contributed to my work and to the journey that I sort of like pursued over the last 21 years. And the search for excellence, I think, is what has driven us to where we are today as TerraCulture. And I think the story starts with my general observation of the way things are done in Nigeria even as a Nigerian, the acceptance of some level of mediocrity is generally okay. And I struggled with this for a long time. And the reason why I came into the art space was because of this. A lot of us used to criticize, and we still criticize, the arts coming out of Nigeria. We criticize for a long time, my friends. We will criticize the theatrical space. Oh my goodness, this is horrible. Why is the costume like this, etc., etc. And the same went for the movie space for a long time. A lot of us would not consume Nigerian content. And I asked myself, why don't we contribute to this space ourselves instead of constantly criticizing, knowing the capacity that this industry has to transform Nigeria's reputation and also to create jobs in Nigeria? So when I stepped into this place, I started with theater. And it started with somebody nudging me and saying, this is terrible about somebody else's product. So I started studying theater. I do a lot of shows when I travel, and I've grown up with going to theater a lot in Nigeria and abroad. And every time I travel and I look at a production abroad, and I ask myself, why can't we achieve the same level of excellence in Nigeria? As a matter of fact, I got a call from someone very high up in government 2 days ago that they saw something in Belarus and they would like for us to do something similar in Nigeria. Now, going to the point that you made, there are certain things you cannot do if you're not funded adequately. So when people want the excellence of Hollywood and corporate Nigeria and philanthropists and private individuals sit down and do not invest in that space, you cannot get that quality. It will never happen. So we can keep theorizing, we can keep criticizing, and we can keep mouthing without doing anything. Change will never happen. So when I got into that space, I was committed to change. And I looked at theater. I think that we have contributed significantly to the growth of theater in Nigeria, musical theater in particular. We changed the look, we changed the feel, and we changed the acceptance. I can say confidently that out of maybe 10 musical companies that you have in Nigeria today, they all came out of terror culture. And it is because we were just committed. You have to have that passion and that zeal. People ask me what drives you, and it's this, all that drives me is the fact that I know it's doable. The talent is there, but the support is just not there. Corporate Nigeria doesn't support, philanthropies don't support, but we all enjoy good things when we go outside of Nigeria. So what we have done is we have shown people it is doable. At Christmas, at Easter, we're sold out. So imagine replicating this across Nigeria. Imagine if we had 1,000 theaters in Nigeria or 200,000 theaters in Nigeria. I was in China, and some Chinese guys would say, oh, we'd like to do business with you, we'd like to do VFX in Nigeria, and I said, brilliant. So they sat and asked me, what is the turnover of an average Nigerian film? So Fumilayo was considered a huge success, or the biggest, highest grossing biopic in Nigeria. Funke Akindele's movie, the highest grossing film in Nigeria. But when you do the math, it's pittance, it's peanuts. We're talking $100,000, $200,000, $1 million gross for a film. Now look at this. When the Chinese guys asked me, what is your turnover? And I said, oh yeah, well, you know, the revenue, when we're done, we take home about $200,000. I just saw their jaws drop. Because the guys were like, we do $10 million per movie, minimum. They have close to 100,000 screens in China. 100,000. We have 300 screens in Nigeria. How am I going to make the money? How does that even make sense? But this is the conundrum. All our young children want to be in this space. And we're not providing the infrastructure, we're not providing the training, we're not providing the wherewithal for them to get it right, and we expect a change. Nothing is going to happen for as long as we all keep looking at certain areas and turning a blind eye to the realities before us, which is that this is where the future is. Nigeria is predominantly young. The young people are not particularly interested in old curriculum. Their look and feel and their taste for the future is evidenced in the kind of things that they do. They want to be involved in music, in arts, in fashion, in all these areas that we, the older generation, are thinking are not profitable. But if you look at what has happened to music, because music is borderless and requires very little infrastructure, and because we have Nigerians, by virtue of what is going on in Nigeria, a lot of us outside of Nigeria, we're exporting our culture. So therefore, a lot more people are listening to Nigerian content, they're accepting it, and they are beginning to see it as part of popular culture globally. Now, music has transcended not because they are particularly super skilled. The same skill resides in the film space, in the fashion space, in arts, in visual arts, in all the areas that you call arts. Problem is, those areas need infrastructure, and they need support, and they need multiple talents pulled together to create one content. So, how do we survive? We survive because one or two of us exist in Nigeria that keep pushing and keep pushing and keep saying it can be done. And we're seeing the changes, even when we don't have streaming platforms. Netflix, Amazon, they stepped in. Again, they're not Nigerians. They are foreigners that have done it for us. And when we stream, even though we put in budgets of $200,000 to do a movie, listen to this. Nigerian movies have become #1 globally on Netflix. On Netflix. With a budget of less than $1 million. Now, Netflix has invested, and Amazon, billions of dollars in certain projects that have failed woefully. Yet, in Nigerian content that has spent $200,000, the maximum that I have spent doing a film is $800,000. And look at what happened to Fumilayo Ransome Kuti. It blew up. It has done more than Amazon ever expected without anybody promoting it for us, word of mouth. So, you know, some things are very clear, but we refuse to accept the truth. So I don't know what you want me to say other than that. Those of us that are doing it, we keep doing what we're doing, and those that are watching should keep watching. But change will come. Thank you.
Wow. I'm short of words. This is so deep. Because the creative industry is an industry where we have lots of young people, and they're actually smart. Beyond that is that Nigerians are truly blessed. So no matter what we put our hands in, that's why you find us keep doing things that looks like, you know, we can't bring anything out of. And then somehow along the line, it springs up. Our never dying attitude always helps us to survive. And I think that's a beautiful thing. To every Nigerian here, put your hands together for yourself. You have done well. And you are doing well. Please celebrate yourselves, please. All right, I'd like to, okay, she's here already. Olubumi Oluwaseun Kuku is the MD, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. My first question for you, ma'am, is what strategies is your organization adopting to navigate economic uncertainties and ensure resilience? Thank you.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
And thank you. I would say largely that at the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, we're largely vested with managing 22 airports across the country. I was speaking to colleagues a couple of days ago, largely around the airport viability. But some of the things that we are doing differently is really to implement cost reduction measures that we're putting into place. Also looking at different business models that would allow us to become sustainable. Some of those business models include outsourcing, especially at some of the lower levels, where we can leverage organizations who have the competency or partner with them where it comes to their technical capabilities, as opposed to trying to do everything ourselves. In addition, we're doing quite a bit of work as it relates to route development, and of course, seeing how we can continue to diversify our revenue base. If you look at some of the large airport companies across the world, if you look at Aero de Paris, largely they've been able to diversify their revenue base to about 46% non-aeronautical revenue, and about 53 or 54% on the aeronautical side. And what that means is that they're less dependent on the number of airlines or passenger traffic in terms of the revenue that comes in. And rather, they're looking at other things such as, real estate, commercial businesses, the airport cities to help them drive this revenue. In Nigeria, we're far from this. Our revenues actually skew the other way. We're looking at an 80-20. So it's about 20% for non-aeronautical and about 80% for the aeronautical, meaning that we're largely dependent on the passenger traffic that goes between our airports. But I would say that there is indeed a lot of work for us to do to be able to drive that base. We spoke about some of the infrastructure modernization that we're working on. But despite that, it is important to note that developing our trade corridors, largely building cargo infrastructure or leveraging the existing cargo infrastructure that we have will also help us drive this greatly. It is indeed an interesting time for us in this market, largely when we see the potential for us to become an export nation as well. What I would say is that Nigeria has been known for largely driving imports or being an import market, where we barely harnessed the opportunities that we have for cargo. As an organization, we do have existing infrastructure that can be leveraged. We're partnering, also looking at JV structures that can be put in place with other institutions or organizations. But keeping in mind that we should be putting incentives in place that would attract those investors into this economy, given some of the challenges that we've had with inflation, as well as FX differential. I did hear one of the panelists speak to that, and I do believe that it has affected us a great deal as it relates to bringing investors on board. But despite that, there are a lot of incentives that we're looking at, and we're working very closely with other agencies of government. Some of those include tax incentives, also include some special economic zone incentives, because we do have some of those, some of our airports that are designated as special economic zones. But what I would say is that the airports are critical infrastructure and a gateway to our nation, and helps us as we look at the large contribution to GDP growth, the importance of continuing to diversify the revenue base that we bring into the market. But despite that, it's also important to talk about how we can become an efficient organization at FAN, because the efficiency that we put into play will largely help drive how we can grow the organization. We're also looking at things that we can do, or we have actually started putting those things in place around how we upskill as well as reskill some of our existing workforce. A lot of the teams that we have on ground have either been deprived of some required training, but what is important is that we can actually put the skills that they have to better use, where they're focused on more strategic type initiatives rather than mundane activities that can be automated. One of the things that we're also doing, I think sustainability was something that we had spoken about very greatly. From a sustainability perspective, we're looking at it from a business sustainability as well as environmental sustainability. From a business sustainability perspective, the business model, also thinking largely around the structure, so the legal entity structure, which we have in place, which will allow us to potentially have seamless processes. And I'll give an example. There's been a lot of waste, I would say, in public sector, largely driven by some of our procurement processes. And these procurement processes have either had where, we've had instances where we're procuring goods at much larger or at prices that are higher than expected because of either delays with credits, the impact of FX, as well as the inflationary environment. But putting ourselves in a structure, which I mentioned about cargo, putting ourselves and giving us a structure that allows us to be able to compete effectively with the private sector are also some of the initiatives that we have put in place. I would largely say that we should not negate the impact that aviation or the airport in itself has on the larger economy as we put all of this together to make sure that we have a sustainable business and environments that gives us a large playing field. I believe Mrs. Bolanle Austin-Peters also referenced how she's been able to position herself and her industry in the global marketplace. Nigeria has a dynamic role in the aviation sector. We're actually top 5 in terms of the largest players when it comes to passenger traffic and also the number of airports that we have within our airport management company. Our desire is to strive towards efficiency in all areas, looking from passenger traffic to the commercial entities that we have, or the commercial activities that we have within our purview, that then repositions us for sustainability and viability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm being told to round up, and I'm wondering, because I have 16 minutes more, G-Day, that's my daddy's name. Should I go on? Thank you very much. All right, I'll be asking our next speaker, Fumi Ubwe, the co-founder of Zigma. Given the current state of the economy, how concerned are you about the long-term sustainability of your business? And I know you will do that in 3 minutes, I trust.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Nice to see you, Kemi. Nice to see everyone on the panel. In 3 minutes, it's a very simple response. So I have 2 companies that I run. The first one is called Zigma, and it works in the oil and gas industry. And the second one is Jake Riley, which is focused on public sector reform. For me and for all of us in the organization, public sector industrialization, championing industrialization, and supporting industries at the very core of what we do, both on the Jake Riley public sector side and also on the Zigma side. And if you look at those 2 industries, they're extremely long-term, difficult to extract value from, and extremely challenging. So, am I concerned about the sustainability of my business? Extremely. The economic landscape is quite challenging in those 2 industries at the moment, and extremely volatile, particularly in the oil and gas industry. You layer that with the net zero ambitions of a lot of the governments across the world, including Nigeria, because as you all know, Nigeria signed up to the Paris Agreement. And so there's almost sort of like a time bomb going off on the oil and gas industry. So I'm very vigilant. We're all very vigilant about the long-term sustainability of our business. But having said that, as a Nigerian, for me, I think this is almost like a national assignment, because I think whilst there's a heavy reliance on the oil and gas industry and the need to diversify, I firmly believe that the success and ability for us to extract value successfully and efficiently from the oil and gas industry is going to be fundamental to the growth of every other industry. I mean, as my dear friend Bolanle was saying, no matter where you look, it's always going to be small, and there's always going to be lack of scale. in any other industry, as long as the oil and gas industry is not succeeding. Because that's almost sort of like, if you will, the God-given cash machine that we have. So, I believe that, contributing our talent in our organization, all of us collectively, being led by me, obviously, to fast-track the development of this sector will industrialize Nigeria and financially empower Nigerians. And so this is what this is what keeps me up at night. This is what we commit to. And because we know, having said that is volatile, we pivot, we expand, we sort of increase our remit to renewable energy. So we're trying to develop mini grids in the underserved communities, because I really don't believe that the central grid will get us anywhere. I think we've sort of gone past that stage where we can provide enough capacity in that grid. So I do think that, private grids, mini grids, just having the expanded network of grids is the way to go in our power sector. So we are sort of looking at that space by contributing to the mini grid space. The other thing that we're doing is we've acquired a bitumen license so that we can develop bitumen for asphalt. I really think it's a shame that in this century we still have such big gap in terms of infrastructure for roads. You can't have industry thriving if you don't have roads for them to transport their goods or for individuals to move from place to place. And I think the whole sort of urban-rural dynamics will shift once we have a proper road network where people can sort of go visit, go do meetings, and come back to live in their villages or in their towns. People don't have to always come to city and live there. So we're diversifying into that as well. And most importantly, leveraging technology. I really believe in the power of partnerships and people being able to sit virtually in virtual teams. So we have offices and talent working across Nigeria, so that people working in Port Harcourt, Lagos, wherever, and people are able to contribute to the growth of the organization depending on where they are. And that way we can optimize the cost and the value of our operations. Finally, what can I say? I'm at core of myself a HR person, so I really believe that investing in talent, and talent development and professionalism is going to be, almost sort of like the final mitigant to, when the PwC man was speaking and he was talking about a lot of CEOs believe that, their business models are not going to take them past 10 years. I agree. I think that technology, but also people, professionalism is really going to be that thing that future-proofs every business. So we are investing heavily in a professional development institute to make sure that we can contribute to having those professionals that will take us into the future. We think that at the core of our organization is sort of this develop Nigerian agenda. And we have no choice. We have to stick around. We have to be here for the future. And yeah.
Thank you so much. I've been struggling not to cut you. Thank you so much. We have 9 minutes, and we're going to round up now. But I'm going to ask you questions that you answer in 1 minute. So if you go beyond that's the timer there. So if you go beyond 1 minute, I'm going to cut you. And it will be because I have been asked to do so. So thank you for understanding. Stella Okotete, Executive Director, Business Development, Nigeria Export and Import Bank. How has your being, so this will be like you're rounding up and you're parting shots. How has your being in the position that you are, how has it impacted other women in your organizations to dare to do what you're doing or to rise to where you are? 1 minute.
Okay, I just have 1 minute. Oh, it's been impactful, I can say, because it's encouraged more women. Today in Nexim, we have about 50% gender balance. We have 50% of female representation in the bank. And upon my resumption as executive director, I noticed a whole lot of things around the export value chain, the financing space, and all of that. And so we came up with a Women in Export Development Facility, YF, which has actually grown women-owned businesses in the export space. It has lifted women from playing in the value chain to today to becoming direct exporters. We also have an academy which we currently have more women participation, building capacity of women in the export space. It's really, really impacted. Moving women from just picking cashew nuts or sesame seeds to actually processing, adding value, and exporting. And so I would say that we've encouraged women to own and be major players in the non-oil export space.
Thank you. Thank you. 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, Juliet, the Nigerian data from PwC's 2024 Workforce Hopes and Tears survey shows that only 42% of senior executives use AI, compared to 70%. So that big grammar is us saying the orgas at the top don't use AI, but the employees are using. What do you have to say about this, and how should this change?
So artificial intelligence tools are really important when we're thinking about boosting performance.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and it's a pleasure to have you start your day with us this morning. First, let's see what's making headlines this morning. Domestic refiners tackle crude producers over zero allocation. Bank customers file class action suits against banks. CBN to convene first MPC meeting of 2025 in February. Romania president resigns after impeachment pressure over cancelled vote. Sanwo-Olu congratulates Nigerian-born Moro Jomo on Super Bowl victory. We begin the news in Nigeria, where refinery owners have called on the federal government to ensure that crude oil producers prioritize crude supply to domestic refiners before exporting the commodity. This was confirmed by the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria, making producers turn to imports for survival and increased production capacity. Current Publicity Secretary Eche Doko said that domestic producers within the supply chain have been marginalized. He confirmed that for several months, no allocation has been received under the Domestic Crude Oil Supply Obligation Framework or through any other special arrangement. Access to crude oil by domestic refiners, including modular refineries, has remained at a relatively zero level despite the rise in Nigeria's oil output to about 1.4 million barrels per day. Moving on now, bank customers have filed a class action lawsuit against two of the leading banks in the country. In one case, 6 plaintiffs representing millions of customers filed a case against Access Bank at the Federal High Court in Lagos Division. The plaintiffs Akinyele Oluwemo Olaniyan, Showole Olufunke Olukemi, Adeton Antonia Osunbad, amongst others, allege gross negligence, breach of contract, and violation of consumer rights following an IT meltdown in August 2024. The plaintiffs are demanding 420 billion naira in damages, citing loss of access to funds, emotional distress, and exemplary damages. They claim that the banking disruption, which lasted over a week, paralyzed personal lives and businesses, with customers unable to make essential payments despite having sufficient funds in their account. Still on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has announced that its first monetary policy committee, earlier scheduled for February 17 and 18, 2025, will now hold on Wednesday, February 19 and Thursday, February 20, 2025. This announcement puts paid to speculation around the date of the 299th meeting amid delays by the National Bureau of Statistics to release the rebased Consumer Price Index. The attention of economic watchers is now focused on the meeting outcomes on whether there will be a hold or hike in the monetary policy rate going by current trends. the committee during the last meeting for 2024 raised the monetary policy rate for the 6th time by 25 basis points to 27.50% to address rising inflation, which stood at 33.88% as of October 2024. To end the local news, the Edo State Deputy Governor Dennis Idahosa has dismissed the People's Democratic Party's petition on alleged overvoting in the September 21 governorship election in the state. Speaking in Benin after the tribunal session on Monday, 10th of February 2025, Idahosa criticized the PDP for filing petitions without verifying facts. He stated that results from areas affected by overvoting were already cancelled, making the opposition's claims baseless. On the foreign scene, Romania's President Klaus Iohannis has resigned a day before he faced an impeachment vote sparked by the cancellation of the country's presidential election last year. Opponents have been pushing to suspend him over his decision to remain in office until a new vote in May. Romania's top court in December controversially annulled the election because of Russian state meddling allegations Iohannis had helped raise. The centrist pro-EU leader cited national security concerns, but critics and candidates in the polls said his actions were undemocratic. Just 48 hours before Romanians were due to vote in the presidential runoff election in December, the nation's constitutional court made an unprecedented ruling scrapping the entire process, leaving the nation without an incoming president. Also, French President Emmanuel Macron has shared a montage of deepfake videos of himself on social media as the AI Action Summit begins in Paris. The summit, which began on Monday, 10th of February, brings together heads of state, tech executives, and academics to examine the effects of artificial intelligence on society, governance, and the environment. Macron said France would announce private sector investment totaling some 109 billion euros into the country's AI sector during the event. The investment includes 20 billion euros from Canadian investment firm Brookfield, the bulk of which is expected to go toward an AI data center. And now to sports. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has congratulated Nigerian-born football defensive tackle Moro Ojomo for his Super Bowl victory with the Philadelphia Eagles. Ojomo and the Eagles defeated the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22, and this Super Bowl championship is Ojomo's first, capping off a remarkable rookie season. The Eagles' victory secured their 5th NFL title and served as sweet revenge for their Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs. Ojomo contributed 2 total tackles, playing a vital role in shutting down Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs' offense for over 3 quarters. And to end the news, the upcoming summer transfer window is drawing close, with Virgil van Dijk's possible departure from Liverpool emerging as one of the biggest storylines. The Dutch defender, widely regarded as one of the world's best, is reportedly considering a move away from Anfield and could be available on a free transfer. Despite Liverpool's attempts to extend his contract, the 33-year-old appears ready for a new challenge, attracting interest from several top European clubs. Barcelona has emerged as a front-runner to secure Van Dijk's signature among interested clubs. Its vast Premier League experience and defensive leadership have been crucial for Liverpool, but stalled negotiations have paved the way for a potential exit. And these were the top stories this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. Stay tuned as we bring you the top story analysis in a bit.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage actually to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage, actually, to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Welcome back. This is the top story analysis here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I've got here in the studio with me Mohammed Akonji, our in-house analysis. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, how are you doing this morning? Let me start by asking.
Okay, I'm good. I don't know if what can say. The morning has actually started bright and shine, and then we've been awash, with latest developments, emerging trends, the trends of the 59th Super Bowl, for example. I thought we were to talk about it yesterday. That what he said, 30 seconds advert was for $8 million.
It's like,
you can imagine.
Is the Super Bowl, does he have the highest
of commercials?
Does he have the highest rate for commercials?
I'm guess
thinking.
So. Global sports event.
Yeah.
Because it was on Sunday, Sunday to early Monday morning here for us in Nigeria. And then there was, hard meters trying to do try to rate, commercials that were actually done within the 1 hour break and before the performance by Kendrick Lamar. And then, they were saying this rate was actually the commercial hard rate kept going up in the last 3 years. And 30 seconds this time around, an average of $8 million. In fact, we have organizations, we have companies that won't spend even more than that. So I know it is really a thing, but millions of viewers, watch the event. So companies are expected to be able to be back.
I think this is also the first time. Two things I really enjoyed from this year's Super Bowl is the cameo of Serena Williams.
Okay. And then the president as well. Okay.
Yes, as well as DeepSeek AI having like the first.
I didn't see
they
that
did
part.
have an advert. They had an advert spot. So I think that was also very interesting because we usually don't see this would be the first time an AI company, and then this time around even a Chinese
company for that
AI
matter.
company. To me, those two things for me were the most interesting bits.
I mean, it's really, really huge, maybe. And then, so I think that really, really be able to hit me, and I did a lot of digging and investigation into that. Okay, this is really huge. I know how much a seat costs, to be at the Super Bowl, but it is actually an opportunity for networking, opportunity for business meetings, for deals to be closed. You always see that there. That is why, it is really an exclusive event and a premium event where people pay over the roof You even see a lot of battles, a lot of ballots, a lot of lotteries going to get a seat, to just be on the seat at the Super Bowl. So I think it's maybe the usual soccer that we are familiar with, football, the Champions League final, the World Cup final. When it comes to the commercial of this Super Bowl, it's the American football, but it's typical of our own baseball. Maybe it might not be that just common in this part of the world, but it is really an event that people always be able to look out to. So there is always that, events lapping over themselves. You have the Grammys, they have the Super Bowl followed. Then normally 2 or 3 weeks after, they always have the Oscars that always be able to follow. And then Americans are always on the lookout, for these, litany of events, which tend to be able to showcase the pop culture. Maybe it's more than the pop culture and the usual American traditions.
And America, actually, the United States actually has this on lockdown when it comes to all of this event.
God, seriously lockdown.
From movies, from
to
film, to music, to sports. They have it on lockdown. It will be interesting to see another of the superpowers actually
coming into this
take up that space. I think France was trying to do that.
So that's what I'm saying.
France had one of this event last year, isn't it? I can't remember if you remember.
A sport event or music event?
I think one of them that
they used to have the usual movies as well. The Cannes d'Or. Then they have football. The Ballon d'Or is actually from them. But music events maybe might not be able to get that.
Because it was actually in the news because they had it was either music or sport because they had like this representation of for the LGBTQ community that was really wild.
I think that was the Olympics.
Was it the Olympics?
Maybe the Paris 2024 Olympics. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that was the Olympic event. Okay.
So I think France is also trying to take up that.
Maybe Europe itself. People have actually seen the commercial success that trail the Super Bowl. This is the 59th edition. Don't forget the 59th, and it has
59th
the edition
of the Super Bowl.
But it's like a final. There have been a lot of build up to the final. Then 2 teams, as the usual, went into the final, and then the commercials, the adverts that will be able to surround it will be massive, as we are able to witness. So it's always like that. So Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs were the one that played this final, but it's huge. So most of the time, it's really about as I said, commercials, business dealings, closing up of ranks, tidying up of touchdown activities, what always characterized the Super Bowl, and that was actually huge.
It's always a
it was. And then when we wake up, the court, I think in Nigeria, casting into Nigeria yesterday, was actually dominated by the court cases. I think you'll be able to read that in the news. The case of Nnamdi Kanu was there. I think it was around 11 or 10 o'clock in the morning. We had the Supreme Court giving a judgment about Rivers State. Then before they let out, the tirade from Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the Biafran IPOB, shouting down, echoing down at the Justice Binta Nyako, I think we all saw the videos.
We'll actually come to that,
but
let's talk about some of the stories that are making our headlines this morning. It's interesting to hear your take on the Super Bowl. Hopefully, one of these days I'll get to attend and witness it live.
Do you know how much it costs?
But until then, let me just live vicariously through the people that have been there. So, domestic refiners tackle crude producers over zero allocation. Now, I brought it back to Nigeria. Enough of the interesting things happening. Firstly, what are you been following this story? What are your own?
Okay. So I think the issue has been on since January, if you remember. At the time, there have been allegations, and I think it has actually been proven by NUPLC. Mr. Gbenga Komalafe mentioned that, who is the Director General of Nigerian Upstream and Midstream Regulatory Commission, about some volume of oil that's supposed to be given to domestic refiners were diverted and exported abroad by those that have access to them. So coming now from Covan themselves, the Crude Oil Refinery Owner Association of Nigeria, who claim by the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021, they are expected to have access to about 500,000 barrels per day for modular refineries, even before the modular refineries, the big refineries that we have, and independently owned refineries that is supposed to be able to get access to. The back and forth between the refiners and the oil producers have been a challenge. I'm talking about the oil producers are the IOCs, international oil companies, the likes of Shell, the likes of Total, who prospect the oil. So part of the arrangement was that they are expected to be able to give a portion of this to local refiners to ensure that we meet local demands. As I said, 500,000 barrels has actually been the arrangement according to the PIA in 2021 when ex-President Muhammadu Buhari signed it into law. But the last 2 years, a very deep examination of the space have shown that most of what these producers prefer to export them rather than giving them to local producers. And they have been shortchanged in that regard. So we've not really seen them coming out to complain that they have done now, maybe because we've seen Dangote refinery and them coming on stream, and then we have some of the other, we have about 12 of those refineries that are operative in the country at the moment. And so these have actually been their complaint. So NUPLC said all these 12 refineries by now will be requiring 775,000 barrels of oil daily. You know, that was what NUPLC, which is actually the regulatory body in charge of this. You know, and they've been able to put out sanctions at the same time to ensure that that contract, because there was a contract signed between the producers, as I said, and the refiners to ensure this is actually made available to them. And the producers have claimed that they've not been able to get value for money. Maybe they've done that in the past because of lack of transparency and integrity in the system. They've actually been able to claim that. And for most of the refineries, most of the crude they give to some of them indirectly export it. I'm talking about the producers give it to the refiners. The refiners are expected to be able to refine to meet and satisfy local markets. But some of them, because of the exchange rate fluctuations and the exchange rate instability, they always want to take advantage of that by diverting this crude oil and then re-export them again, which is not their job, because there was an allegation from some of them that this is what they do. So the producers, I mean, as they call them, producers or IOCs, that's what we call them, international oil companies. So that's what they did of the Shell, ExxonMobil, and we have all that. They are the ones that produce, get the oil from the ground, and then sell it to the producers who refine to come into petrol, diesel, and other end products that we use. So their back and forth has been between them, and that's why NUPLC intervened. Their intervention, they put some blames, yes, on the producers, yes, while some are also on the refiners. So, but the complaint, and Jonathan said, near zero allocation, that is even worse, of the 500,000 barrels that is supposed to be able to give the local refineries until now. As the last year was 500,000 barrels. If Dangote operate at full capacity, it should increase to 775,000 barrels that they needed to be able to get access to from the local producers. So I think this has actually been the challenge, and most of them have actually complained that this has affected them to be able to operate at full capacity, because they are not able to they have to be able to scavenge and scramble for the available ones that they can get. NUPLC, as I said, they did a lot of work to do in this regard, because that's their job, that is their fault, to ensure that this is resolved. Because the argument about this, or the problem with these, will be about supply. Available, constant supply to be available in the market. So before we were talking about, scarcity has happened again, and then there are long queues available. These needed to be checkmate on time, so that at least we can be able to get into it.
Interesting. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that story. But let's move to our next headline this morning. Bank customers file class action suits against bank. What do you know about this story from what you've been following?
I think we heard about two banks, maybe, and I'm sure, because I know you had one of your experience with the banks last year, even though your bank was not sued there. I said now two banks. I'm sure you can be able to mention them. So we're sued to the tune of about, someone said 300 to 420 billion. I was trying to be able to look at the court document, but I didn't see it this morning. So both of them were filed at the Federal High Court in Lagos, in Igboshere here, about IT meltdown, unsolicited messages that they've constantly received. That have actually been the challenge. And Nigerians, I'm sure we've all been. What can I call that? We've actually all been at the receiving end.
We've all been.
Exactly. We have all been, because I know I've had. That in fact can be able to create some psychological trauma to people, every now and then going to the banks. So the cases were actually filed by first against Access Bank, saying by 6 people on behalf of millions of their customers. It was reported that Access Bank has close to about 23 million customers. And these 6 plaintiffs filed the case against them at the Federal High Court in Lagos Division. So they claim, their charges, they allege that there was a gross negligence, there was a case of breach of contract, and violation of consumers' rights. Those are the 3 things actually. That's the first case. Then the second one was by another madam called Moyosola Okeremi, that's her name, who filed against Zenith Bank on behalf of 33 million other customers of Zenith Bank. You know, so the one was 200 billion, the other one was about 160 billion, you know, in terms of damages to be paid to these customers. So these have actually been the cases. So the allegations against Zenith Bank has actually been the case of violating their fundamental human rights, fundamental data protection laws, that is a violation, infringing on their privacy rights, causing emotional crisis, you know, emotional distress through persistent and unsolicited communications, you know, messages. So they brought an example of what happened between July and August last year, when Zenith Bank was selling their shares, if you remember, and that every now and then they receive unsolicited messages, which is a violation of the Nigerian data protection rights. Whether that is able to still fly, because it's still part of the bank obligations, where they always, when you go and fill the form, they will ask you, okay, how do you want to be able to communicate to you? You know, communication channels, and then you click, you know, with SMS,
mention SMS, emails,
or things like that.
You know, text
so
message.
If is it now allowed, text message, SMS, you know, emails, and then maybe phone calls. So if it is now not allowed for them to be able to market, because that's some of the Madam Moyosore, who was another plaintiff in the second case Zenith Bank, was that between July and August, every day is receiving unsolicited marketing communications about Zenith Bank shares. That come and bank our shares, come and buy our shares. She kept receiving the message, and that caused her emotional distress, you know.
Really?
I mean, of course, that was actually the ground. And then, so she's on the ground of unsolicited marketing communications, and then emotional distress in terms of a violation of our fundamental data protection rights. You know, maybe she was, because another argument there was that she found her data, she found her information on platforms that he never subscribed to. And she said that the only way where that could have actually been able to get that was actually through our bank. CBN allow banks to be able to collect certain data, personal data, and things related to our financial data. So those are actually the ground where these 2 group of plaintiffs, one led by 6 people, there were 6 people on behalf of customers of Access Bank, and the other by this person on behalf of 33 million other customers, because that's what he put there as the part of the plaintiff against Zenith Bank. The court will hear the case from next week. The case was just filed. I mean, their lawyers filed the 2 cases at the same court, Federal High Court, Federal High Court Lagos Division yesterday, and that's where the media and the journalists got a wind of the information, and then we'll see what's going to be able to pan out of that. We've seen, you know, there have been cases where the customers have actually been able to have the better of, you know, of telco providers, of banks. You know, customers have won in some cases through the Consumer Protection Council. We've seen that cases, you know, happen. But how these will be able to pan out, whether banks can be claimed for IT meltdown, you know, IT challenges, unsolicited messages, breach of contract, you know, the kind of contract that is signed with them. We'll see the legal battle.
It will be interesting to just follow up on this.
Follow up
like
on how
this, like we always say, customers are always right. But
Always
in
right.
this case, let's see
how it's going to end.
Who will be the right party
at the end of the day? The
Now,
court will judge that for us.
Yeah, right. CBN is to convene its first MPC meeting of 2025 in January. For you, what are the possible February? What are the possible outcomes that you are
always be able to
looking
look
for?
out to the rates. What's going to happen to the rates? Will it be increased? Will they maintain an hawkish stance? Hawkish is to be bullish about increasing the rate, or will they maintain a dovish stance? You know, maybe they will maintain the rate, or they will cut it further. But we should remember, this will be the first MPC meeting, Monetary Policy Committee meeting in 2025. Should have held January 27 to 28, but CBN postponed it because of the expected inflation and GDP rebasing. There was an expectation. We expected that could have been released 31st of January, but till now, nothing has actually come on that front. I think they are still trying to be able to dot the i's and then tighten all loose ends. So originally to expect it to be 17th and 18th, which is next week Monday and Tuesday. next week is on Wednesday. But now I think, just like you read there, it's been made to 19th and 20th of February, which is next week Thursday, and next week Friday will be the meeting. So expectations, we know that before then, if NBS follow their tradition, by 15th, they should release the inflation figures for January. So we have, the inflation figures, and that always be able to drive their decision. Maybe people expected, that was the reason why the meeting was reconvened to 19th and the 20th, hoping that by then NBS would have released inflation figures, and that will allow them to be able to moderate their directions, whether to increase, stabilize, hold the rate, or to cut down on it. Those are, of course, the three things we're expecting. But that's really the key thing. But there are other asymmetric corridors that we look at for as well. There are other, parameters, asymmetric corridors. We look at the cash reserve ratio, which tells people to moderate the amount of money in circulation, how much money can be in the bank vault, and how much money. All these actually, the intent is just to be able to entail price stability, to stabilize prices, and then to be able to hold the economy from ensuring that it is within the threshold, within the boundary that they want the economy to be able to move. So we feel like that's what will be. Analysts have actually been divided as to what will be to happen to the rate, as I said, for those three things. Will it be increased? We've seen consistent increment anyway since Olayemi Cardoso came in, and the argument has been the inflation is structural and has been elevated. We've been having elevated inflation that have remained stubborn and remained stubborn. When I say stubborn, all efforts have been trying to be able to force it down, or force it and face it down, have actually been quite problematic. So if the inflation figure is released, that will give us a little bit of direction.
Let me ask you a quick question before we just go on in the conversation. First, how would you rate CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso's performance so far? You don't have to say what you don't need to say.
Of course, I know. Of course, I really appreciate that. I think he has been above average, because he came in during a very crisis period. The economic and the financial space is in a chaotic situation, not helped by the immediate past governor of the Apex Bank, who went on some, we can call it, he actually be able to went on some overdrive when it comes to managing that institution, and that has exposed us to a lot of economic frailties, that we are witnessing now. So that fragility, the frailties that we are seeing in the system, is as a result of the undoing of the past administration, both on the fiscal side and on the monetary side. We know how they've been able to use ways and means to fund. Ways and means is money that we need to have a problem, let's go and print money. And that's what we call ways and means. You print money through the central bank. So that was running to about 31 trillion naira that was actually done by him. And just don't be able to print money, except you try. If you don't just print money, if it is not securitized, if you don't be able to back it up with something that will make it productive, otherwise it will be inflationary. It will be able to induce inflationary, as you've said. Maybe, I think in that front, he has performed a bit better in not financing government activities with ways and means, and look for innovative financing methods. We've seen them through bonds, through launching of bonds, through selling government bonds as well, locally dominated bonds and foreign bonds. We've seen that coming on board, and they've been heavily oversubscribed. That has actually been able to at least allow more money to be able to come in, and that has been through this initiative. Secondly, maybe inflation that has become so stubborn, as I'm able to use the word, and he has not been able to get a hold of that yet. And I'm sure we're going to judge him on that front. Maybe an average, the typical Nigerian on the street will judge him on the basis of what is happening to the price of goods. So lately, I think I heard him speaking about how people on this market, people in the street, needed to help the central bank by not just be able to speculate on the price, just go to the market and then decide today, I'm going to sell my product for this amount. He was trying to be able to appeal as well through the National Orientation Agency to appeal that they don't just be able to keep speculating on the price, and I fix my price, you fix your price, and everybody kept fixing their prices. That will be able to undermine whatever actions and effort they're trying to put in from the state. So I think he's 1 year, going to 2 years now. It came in August 2023. He has done a bit of his part, and it has actually been good in that regard. Maintaining high interest rates, I've not really seen. I don't think I support that. That's why I felt like I think I've not done well in that regard. This higher for longer, or higher for longer is maintaining higher rates. I told you their reason was to tame inflation. But sometimes, maybe we need to be able to understand the underlying drivers. We need to look at the drivers of inflation to see that was the inflation driven by too much money circulation? That would have worked. Or maybe it's from the supply side. Maybe we are not producing enough.
Okay.
You understand?
So where do you think we are?
I think it's actually from the supply side angle.
We're not producing
It's not really
enough.
a matter that people have too much money to spend.
But we also spoke about how we also don't want to be in we also don't want to be overproducing. Like a case of China.
No, Japan.
Yes, where there's like a lot.
Is because what I'm saying is the first function, the primary function of the CBN is price stability. Is to ensure, and that's why maybe we should commend him. I'm talking about the past governor, because that was what motivated even the central banks started going into the realm of the Ministry of Agriculture. We started seeing them pumping money into agriculture to ensure food availability. So central bank is expected to maintain price stability, and one way to be able to ensure you maintain price stability is to be able to scale up production, more production. The real sector, as I used to say, production of goods and services will play a very pivotal role in stabilizing the prices. Productivity is the very first thing that you need to work on before you can be able to talk about other drivers, other factors that can allow you to be able to moderate the price. Yeah, so when we say overproduction, maybe fine, that might not actually be the intent, but producing, especially the essential commodities that are actually needed. You need essential commodities to feed your population in terms of food. The major driver of inflation right now, which has really never been the case in time past in Nigeria, we know has been food dynamics. The food insecurity has feeding heavily. If you look at the numbers, it's what feeding heavily into the inflation, that basket. And that's what is actually able to pull it.
Food insecurity?
Maybe, so that's what I'm saying. We are not producing enough. It could be because of farmer clashes every now and then. The farmers not really be able to get to farm on time, the item insecurity, and then maybe the strategic reserve from the Ministry of Agriculture. Because even in the period of want like this, we expect the Ministry of Agriculture to come out and then, produce a buffer. To really have those strategic reserves, they claim we have them. They released grains every now and then from the reserves. But that has not, maybe it has just been able to remain, maybe it has just remained within some circles. But it has to be broad-based to ensure that it go around. And then when it becomes available. So government adopted another method of palliatives as a result of sharing it as well. We all know where that's headed. Food palliative, people come to the local government. Oh, that will not work. Let's take it to religious organizations, community, landed associations, distribute it there. That as well has not been able to see the light of the day. So the inflation as of last year was at 34.8%, which is so a lot needed to be done to ensure we bring it down. The government is quite ambitious enough to say it's going to come down to 15% by the end of the year. I'm talking about when the president presented his budget. A lot of analysts out there believe it's ambitious. Some people believe yes, it is because of the base effect where we are coming from. That can allow us to be able to get to that level. Because we are saying that it's not like saying you are moving from 1 to 2, for example, just get a base effect analysis. If I move from 1 to 2, that's 100%. But if I move from 100 to 101, that is 100%. Right?
100 to 101.
That's 100%. That's about 10%. What's called both of them is a movement of one, a movement of 1 point from 1 to 2. But base effect is what allows 1 to 2 to be 100%, and 100 to 101 not to be an 100% change. So we call that base effect. So base effect, but even if it goes that way, can it come down to as low as 15%? A lot of effort will have to be done on the part of government to bring the inflation to that level. And the CBN, through the governors and the monetary policy committee meeting, the committee members, the MPC members have a lot of role to ensure that that comes to fruition.
They actually do have a lot of work to do when it comes to that, but we'll keep an eye and see how this all pans out. I'll be looking out to see the outcomes and see if we're going to be talking about
inflation coming down
and all of that. So we'll keep an eye and see how that goes. Just before we go, PDP's overvoting claim at Tribunal 40, and this is said by the Edo Deputy Governor. Firstly, what do you know about the
politics.
The tribunal itself. What exactly is faulty about it?
Okay, no. So the elections, the November election last year in Edo State, have been challenged by the PDP, who came second. Mr. Atue Godalo was the PDP governorship candidate.
I strongly felt he was going to win the
election. Okay.
Yeah, because he
but
had
we all know Monday Okpebolo won. So since
on.
then, they've taken the APC to court. I mean, to the tribunal, which is exactly where legal issues related to gubernatorial elections will begin. And they've been on that since December last year. The case has been on. APC, PDP were APC were closing their own. They are closing their own case before PDP will be able to bring their witnesses about the irregularities and the non-conformity that they've claimed at the election. So, Mr. Dennis Idausa, when they were closing their case yesterday at the tribunal in Benin, it was actually in Benin where that happened, and then one of the star witness, the only witness that they called, mentioned about some results that were cancelled, some results that were cancelled in some local governments. I think about 2 or 3 of them that he mentioned. And PDP jumped on that and said, okay, this is their witness who lay claim to this. But Mr. Dennis Idausa, who is the deputy governor, came on board to say, of course, they were overvoting in those places and INEC have cancelled them on that very day of the election. He mentioned those local governments, if we can be able to remember some of them. I mentioned those places where overvoting have been recorded, and when they recorded overvoting, he mentioned them as baseless claims. The place there he mentioned was in Ovie. So to them now, they were just claiming the onus is on the PDP. Remember, because when elections are concluded, the onus is on you, who is actually challenging the election, to be able to bring your proof. And that's why he said you'll only be able to call one witness to ensure that they have no reason to be able to fret over what happened. So this suit has been on. Judgment is expected to be given. PDP will start their own defense. APC closed their own case yesterday after INEC has done theirs. The PDP is next to be able to come in line and then go with it. So Mr. Idausa has actually been able to accuse the PDP of treating the tribunals, more like a media campaign, because that's what he said. That this you mentioned, this you are latching on, that, there was overvoting in some of these local government, have already been cancelled by INEC, and they brought the evidence to show that the INEC cancelled the election. There was a report of overvoting truly. So our witness who came and said that was more or less like an afterthought, because it was a reference to what INEC has done and have cancelled the election, those vote numbers that come from that local government. So PDP will start their own, as I said. I think the case has been adjourned till 13th, that's tomorrow, for PDP to come around and present 12th, that's tomorrow, right? 12th is tomorrow. The case has been adjourned till tomorrow for PDP to open their defense and their challenge against them, INEC and APC. I think we're expecting how that will pan out.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we're looking out to see the outcome for. We'll just keep an eye on all of the stories and see how they go.
I think it's in Hussein local Hussein. So it was Unit 4, Ward 7 in Hussein, where the results were cancelled due to overvoting. So Mr. Idausa to confirm that. So that's it. The allegation was faulty because the result have been cancelled already. So it is not even in the purported collated result that was actually announced. Whether that is true, wait for PDP to break up their defense and their own case.
Right, just like I said, we'll keep an eye and see how that story unfolds. But thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's always a pleasure having you speak with us on the morning show. And that's about it this morning on the Top Story Analysis. We'll be back soon for the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together. I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage, actually, to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. right? I had the acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information. delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and now we are on to the front page segment of the morning show today. And I've got here in the studio with me, still in the studio, Mohammed Akondi, as well as Mr. Joshua Bassi, joining us to speak on some of the topics that are gracing the front pages this morning. And we'll be starting off with the Punch. The Punch has a very interesting spread this morning. The big story on the Punch says 2027, Obasanjo, Atiku, others meeting no threat, says APC. And this continues on page 2. It says, the writer says, ruling party unfazed as LP, NNPP divided over possible Atiku-Obasanjo collaboration ahead of next election. Up on the front page of the Punch newspaper, this is from a comment from the Minister of Power, Adelabu, says, hospitals grown debt as federal government 50% power subsidy delays. And this is really sad. And this continues on page 29. On page 38 says 800 surrendered Boko Haram's militants undergoing de-radicalization. And this is from the DHQ. Again on page 7, court adjourns indefinitely as Kanu demands case transfer to the southeast. That's on that case. Now on the bottom side of the Punch newspaper says, why Rivers withdrew Supreme Court appeal against pro-Wike lawmakers. This is from Fubara. It continues on page 18. Uber driver killed and body dumped on Lagos Road. This is really, really unfortunate. Now, Edo Tribunal, Okwe Polo closes defense as lone witness admits overvoting. All of these stories we have on the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning, but I want to know where you want to start from. It's a free-for-all. I'll start with Mr. Joshua this morning. He probably wants to, let me leave it to him. He probably wants to start with the big story on the Punch this morning.
Okay, good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning, viewers. The big story on the front page lead of Punch 2027 of Obasanjo, Atiku, others meeting no threat, says APC. Well, APC can say that really. It is expected, of course. I wouldn't expect the APC to come out to say that this is a threat to them. Yeah, but then. They cannot just, of course, wave this aside, whether they like it or not. When you see these big politicians, you know, Atiku, Obasanjo, Tambuwa, former Speaker of the House of Reps, and also former Governor of Sokoto State, who, of course, were PDP members. And some of them, they moved to APC, and then they moved out of APC back to PDP. And so it's, for me, I think is somehow APC cannot just say it's not a threat. They should consider whatever it is that these guys are discussing. Even though coming out of that meeting, former Vice President Atiku said that they didn't go in there to discuss any politics. But of course, it's a courtesy call. But in my mind, I doubt if this politician will gather and they won't discuss politics and they won't discuss this. But again, beyond whatever it is that they discuss, I also want to say that because currently PDP is in disarray, as it were. I mean, PDP is, if there's a faction that is somehow loyal to Minister of the FCT, Wike, then there's a faction that is loyal to Governor of Bauchi State, who also is the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum. So PDP is somehow divided, really. I think that whatever it is they are discussing, before 2027, they need to put their house in order.
Absolutely.
Perhaps it is because of the fact that the PDP is in disarray. That maybe that is the reason why the APC spokesperson is saying that their meeting is not a threat to them. Again, and this is my personal view, sometimes I really also wonder, you see, because every time we're going to have election, you see people going to meet the former president, former President Olusegun Obasanjo in Otta Farm to have a dialogue and all of that. Sometimes I wonder the political value of the former president at this time. I don't know. I mean, it's left for people to also. I don't know how politically relevant that Baba is right now to be able to change anything, you know. And I think we also need to make this point, because this is PDP. And if you look at what happened in PDP in the past, if you talk of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, you talk of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, you talk of former Speaker of the House of Representatives, later former Governor of Sokoto State, Tambuwal. These are all people who play a role to singing the PDP. If you recall, I think it was singing the PDP. I mean, they're making the PDP what it is today. A party that cannot really do much, because you recall that sometimes, you know, I think it was during when former President Jonathan was in power, that former President Olusegun Obasanjo called a meeting and you know, called the press and then gave his PDP ticket, I mean, his PDP membership card to someone to tear in front of the camera. That was a significant blow to the PDP for a former governor who was, a former president who was president on the platform of the PDP for 8 years. There was a meeting where he called and then gave his membership card to someone to tear in front of camera. And of course, that was a significant blow, like I said, to the PDP. And then again, you also have a former president, former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, who left the PDP. And then you also have a former speaker. All of them were members of the same PDP, who also left the PDP and joined. And so, in my opinion, these three key people who met yesterday contributed, you know, significantly to the crisis of the PDP. And so when they come together, I hope they will be able to salvage it. I hope they've realized the mistake they've made in the past. And so if they are coming together to see how they can salvage the PDP, good for them. I hope they will be able to do that, given the role that Wike is currently playing. If they're able to do that and then get the PDP back on track and able to use it again to challenge the APC in 2027, good and fine. I mean, of course, but again, talking to APC person saying that their meeting is not a threat, maybe it's because of what PDP is going through today. But of course, maybe they might just be able to put their acts together and then come out strong before 2027. If they don't, well, APC will continue to have its way.
So I don't know if I can jump on it too.
Yes, but you just give us 1 minute.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much. And I think just to buttress what Mr. Joshua said, the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bashir, Mr. Bashir, I think it was the one. And in fact, he used a very heavy word on them. And he said they are indolent and lazy politicians. That they in APC are busy, you know, more concerned about winning the November 8th governorship election in Anambra State than this. Even though I found that quite offensive to use words
Such
like
words,
that,
yeah,
like that they're just indolent and lazy for them
politics.
to actually be meeting when they should be planning. But some things are actually very, very important, and I think just to be able to react to the questions, the political value of Baba Obasanjo is still something that is still up for debate. How relevant is he, you know, in the scheme of things? We've seen situations where he has thrown his weight. He threw his weight in 2019 behind Atiku. Atiku lost. He threw his weight behind Peter Obi in 2023. He lost.
Still.
So yeah, yesterday we don't know. We don't expect anything. We don't really know the nitty-gritty of what went on in the meeting because they were in a closed door. And when Atiku came out, just like he said, was, "Oh, I'm just on a courtesy call. I'm not here to talk about politics." But they can't have such titans, political titans in the room. Lieli Moke from Cross River State, Tambuwal, Abdul Lingi from Bauchi, and a Bauchi senator too. You can't have those people there unless there's a discussion about 2027 permutations. We will see in days ahead. But in final analysis, it's just the level of disintegration, not only in PDP anyway, Joshua, because look at NMPP, look at Labour Party, and it seems sometimes people felt like maybe as a result of the sagacity of the president who has created this wedge, you know, across those parties. And they will definitely be happy, and that's why I could be able to mention this, that okay, they are not sure because they need to be able to get their house in order before they can even be talking about challenging them. So I think it is that just that about what it is. About that.
It's actually really interesting on for that story, but you know, let's see what we have on the
parts of the paper.
Kanu story. Now, court adjourns indefinitely as Kanu demands case transfer to Southeast. I mean, what else do we know about this story? Is this a story that you've been following up on?
Okay, so the case has been on since whether it was kidnapped or it was possibly brought back in 2021 in June from Kenya. But I'm sure we all, just like I said, because the court were all full yesterday. In the case of Rivers, I think you read that about Rivers withdrawing their suit at Supreme Court. The day before, we saw these at the High Court. So what happened? I think in December, when the preliminary aspect of the case started, Justice Binta Iyako, that's actually the judge that was actually assigned to the case. Now, Nnamdi Kanu has actually claimed that she is biased towards him, that Justice Binta is biased towards him and cannot hear the case. So Justice Binta in December recused herself from the case. That was what we knew anyway. That was in December last year. Recused herself and then mentioned the case to the Chief Judge of the High Court, Justice John Sow, that I cannot take over this case because of this allegation of, you know, bias and partiality. So the case, when it came back for hearing yesterday, it was shocking to see that Justice Binta Iyako was the one who came over as well to preside. And that was what led to, you know, the shouting match that Justice Binta cannot hear my case. She's biased. And she too mentioned before she came out, I said, okay, yes, I recused myself, but Justice John Sow, who is actually the Chief Judge, said the case must be reverted back to her. That you don't have started the case and you must finish it. So there was argument about conspiracy theory. Was it like no judge was actually willing, of the 21 members in the High Court, none of them is actually willing to be able to take over this case? Maybe they are afraid or something, no? The conspiracy is already there. Or are people afraid? I mean, that's the question. Are people just afraid to be able to take up the case? So when it came out and then it made that affront, you know, that tirade, no, she can't try me, this. And in fact, it was to the presence of the judge. We all see it there. And then for almost 6 to 8 minutes when he was actually going, in fact, slapped one of his lawyers and said, don't talk while I'm talking. You know, actually telling, if I was the lawyer there, maybe I would have just dropped the case immediately because I was about to talk. I just told him, stop talking, don't talk while I'm talking. And then you see a very hungry and vexatious person that it was yesterday. But that was actually the argument about, okay, she has recused herself. So I don't know, maybe we have a lawyer or we have a legal united to come and explain. If a judge should recuse herself from a case, is it still mandatory that as the chief judge of the High Court, it is still you that you must be there? Someone was telling me yesterday, I spoke to a particular legal person who said, it's only when you have started trials, if you have started the trial, that you cannot recuse yourself. You have to be able to finish it through. But the trial was supposed to start because when she came out yesterday, what she said was that, so she was addressing Awomolo, who is the prosecuting counsel, that let's fix a date for the trial, official date for the trial. So she came out and she was saying, okay, Justice So said I should take over this case. So to that end, let us fix a case. And that was all hell was actually let loose. I wasn't telling the justice, the prosecutor counsel, Mr. Awomolo, that because of 100 million naira that he gave you, that's why he cannot speak the truth. He was a very old man, very old man, Mr. Awomolo. But he was a government-appointed prosecutor, remember. And then you see the way he went, heavily. In fact, all of them, as he used to be able to mention in local parlance, all of them collected from him yesterday, and he was there. So you see, so I think that was what pushed the judge, because it was there. It went on. Was even trying to tell them, oh, you people don't know law in Nigeria. Brought about some case. Yeah, I mean, it was talking about the judges. You don't know the law because there are some judgment that came from the Supreme Court, maybe that is in favor and things like that. And it was like he was actually saying, Justice Binta, Justice Yako cannot deliver, cannot sit over. Okay, so whether that will still be the case, and that was what forced her, because I could be able to believe, forced her to be able to adjourn the case.
So that's what
led to this indefinite adjournment, to say, because if it is we are going to be able to continue, maybe the case has just been adjourned indefinitely.
But and now they're demanding that it's transferred.
That was what he was demanding, that if she's not willing to take up my case, then transfer me to the southeast. Let me go and hear the case. The case is in Abuja. And so the issue there is really between Justice Soho, Justice Yako, and other justices within the Court of Appeal. What they are really doing, I mean, in the High Court, they're actually hearing the case, how it is going to be able to go ahead. I think it is still a very serious issue. So, but the way that was actually be a contempt of the court, what he did yesterday, because it was in fact, I was thinking about the journalists were there, was actually speaking to them, saying it right to the face of the court. You see element of contemptuousness in what he did. But you see that he's actually a very angry man, and he felt like since 2021 I've been here, you guys have held me down.
Another story on the front page of the Punch newspaper that has caught my attention. To be honest, all of the stories on the front page of the Punch this morning are demanding so much of our attention. But this story, varsity admission, JAM setting 320 as UTME benchmark for under 16 candidates. Firstly, Mr. Joshua, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Do you think this is a good idea to set 320 as a benchmark for under 16 candidates? Also, should under 16 candidates also write UTME?
Parents fought over that, right? With parents that fought, it was 18 years. I would have said no, 16 years are prodigious kids that should be allowed. So I think that was what brought about all this.
Yeah, last year this case was very hot, where everybody was just talking about it. I mean, personally, I have a daughter who was supposed to have gone in there last year.
Oh, really?
Because she was still 15, so the age thing cut her off. But now it has been agreed. It was resolved after the former Minister of Education, Taye Mamman, when he was
who made that pronouncement.
Yeah, when he was sacked by the president and the current minister came in. The moment he came in, I think the very first issue I addressed was this age thing, this 16. So, but now, generally, it has been agreed by education stakeholders that 16 years
should be the benchmark.
Yeah, it's not the benchmark.
So he said 18 there.
Yeah,
but
he said 18, but
taking
now
it back
16.
to 16.
However, the registrar of JAM, Professor Oloyede, is saying here that for under 16, for any child who is not, a teenager who is not up to 16, who is exceptional. So there's a provision now made for exceptionally brilliant students who are not up to the age of 16. So for you to be considered, you have to score up to 320.
And 320 is more than the usual benchmark.
Of course, the usual benchmark is 200.
The usual one is 200, right? So they put an additional.
I just want to mention the word exceptional students.
Exceptional.
Because that's why we're able to consider them. So maybe it still was one.
It's just here making a provision for exceptionally,
brilliant
students. So for such students, you don't need to keep them. They can go. They can go in, provided they're able to meet this requirement of 320 score.
That shouldn't be too hard if they're exceptional.
Remember, it's over 400. Don't mind you. So let's see on the average how, if you look at the top 10 scoring students, how much scores do they be able to get? What is the score of the top 5? Let's even say the top 10. Because that's the question we're asking. So I think I was quoting him yesterday, and he said, so quoting Professor Oloyede. So he said, if a candidate under the age of 16 scores 200 out of 400, he said, can you truly consider that exceptional? That's the question he asked. Was the question was asking the journalist when he was speaking yesterday. But however, if they achieve 80% of it, because this is about 80% of the total mark. Don't forget.
She has a solid point.
What I'm saying, so 320, how many people can even be able to get that?
Because if you're and
No,
that's why you're exceptional.
Who scored 320?
320. That's what I'm saying. You count the numbers out of the 1.9 million. Let's out of the 1.9 million. Hardly will you be able to count up to 100 and get onto that.
That's exception now.
So the question is saying
exceptional.
16 years at the time was actually the benchmark. The argument there is, so if somebody is 18 years and the person scored 200, you are fine. You are good, remember. Now the question is actually for these other 16 candidates. The argument about, okay, should a 16-year-old, just like what Mr. Joshua said, should a 16-year-old boy or girl be in school?
No. The point is this.
I mean, we feel like
it has been resolved.
Okay.
It's 16 years now. Okay. You know, the former minister, said 18. Said the benchmark 18. You know, which led to argument and everybody was just talking. But now, education stakeholder, alongside with the new minister of education, including JAM, all of the stakeholders that are involved have agreed
that 16 years.
That 16 years
take the exam
is the minimum age for any child to get into a university. So there's no controversy about that. So it's
what now that? So why maybe not mention
they want the 320 here is for students who are below 16.
Not a 16 years.
I think you are missing the point. Do you understand now?
Oh, the 320 who are students who are below 16 years. Yes. Who are gifted, exceptionally brilliant students.
So that's the benchmark they have to meet.
Exactly. So you don't keep these exceptionally brilliant students. You don't keep them at home. You understand? So because of course we do have them. We have such
that can be able to
at the age of 15. They can do what even adults can't do. You know, they are gifted, they are brilliant. So rather than just keeping such students, so they need to score 320 before they can be considered.
Yeah, and that's like an extra testament to their exceptionality. So that's just how it works.
Thank you very much for shedding light on that.
Yes. Let's see one story very quickly before we move to the next paper. Hospitals growing over debt as federal government 50% power subsidy delays. And this is coming from the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu. And also the 800 surrendered Boko Haram's militant undergoing de-radicalization. What more do you know about this story?
No, I think you can even see, right on the front page you can see, this was the protest that went on in the battle yesterday. So the question was actually about UCH. And for about 107 days now, since October last year, they have been disconnected. In fact, there was a report that patients, families of patients were the one bringing solar inverters and inverters and generators into the hospital. Yes, wow. UCH that have been like UCH
used to be like the
biggest hospital that we know, University College Ibadan. You know, it has actually been. But if you go there now, the reverse has been the case. Wow. The lamentations, and that has been able to generate a whole lot of issues, especially about public power. This was just the student protesting there yesterday when the minister was there. And the minister was actually forced. I think the minister himself was actually meeting with the management of the UCH. These are the medical students who were protesting. They've not had lights, there's no water. And then the situation have actually been very, very tragic. So it promised that in 48 hours, because he was also there with the GM of Ibadan Disco, who's supposed to be able to supply them, that in 48 hours they will make it available. But it has been an eyesore since October last year, because they said they were owing close to about 480 million naira. But as a government hospital, a teaching hospital as it is, they're expected to be able to have access to 50% subsidy, which is what is there. And that have not been able to come to effect.
Oh, that's not been affected.
That's what the management said. That was the reason why they've not been able to meet up their obligations. Yeah. So the minister was there with them yesterday, as well as the management of the electricity suppliers, to be able to resolve the issue. And they promised that in 48 hours. So we're counting down. Time is ticking. Today and tomorrow, they're expected to be able to restore power to ECH.
Mr. Josh, you want to make any additions to that, or you want to speak to the other story?
Which other one is
the 800 surrendered Boko Haram's militants that are going
okay, maybe I should just speak to the 800 surrendered
Boko Haram militants.
This for me, this is welcome. We need these guys to keep surrendering, so they don't put our military personnel on pressure, under pressure to be able to keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting. And of course, we are wasting a lot of money, resources, personnel fighting this war. So yes, it's good that we have some of them surrendering and then moving out of. But the other aspect of it that I like to also point to is this idea of rehabilitation. When de-radicalization, you come out and so. But I think that the military need to do a review of this program. The ones that before now were radicalized and then went taken through rehabilitation. How well are they doing? Because we also hear story about the fact that some of them
go back to terrorism and criminality.
I think that is fine. Why the program is fine, but we need to do periodic review of those that before now were radicalized and then taken through rehabilitation to see whether they are doing well, whether they are contributing positively now to society, whether they are indeed becoming good citizens that we expect them to be. So that's what. So there's need to review this program from time to time so that we don't have
keep going back
because we spend a lot of money doing this. So there's the need to review it and see how well they're doing to be able to enable them decide the next line of action, whether we can continue with this rehabilitation program or whether they need to actually make them to pay for the crime that they've committed against society. That's what I would just want to say on that.
Well said. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard newspaper this morning, on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. The big story here says, hardship. Many governors desert states to live in Abuja. NLC lament. I see you're already chuckling. I wonder why. And then the writer says, frowns at proscription of unions in Kogi State, commissions 10 CNG buses for workers. And then the bigger spread of the paper says, it's all about the 2024 Vanguard Personality of the Year award. And I think the Personality of the Year, I'm seeing someone here, I think that's Dr. Deji Adeleke. Yeah, that's like the Personality of the Year. Then all of the other awards. I understand that at the start of the year, we've had the BusinessDay awards and then Vanguard.
This was last year, they had their own.
Was this last year?
It was 2024, but I think they have January too.
Yeah, January. Now, also, the Edo Governorship Poll Tribunal, PDP, Aswe Igodalo's camps in disarray as Okpebolo closes case. I want Mr. Joshua to react to that one. And then the PDP crisis, legal advisor throws weight behind Ude Okoye. Again, states now mandate drug tests for appointees and employees, and this is from the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. And I have to really commend Dr. Mojisola Adeye because she's been doing a truly interesting job. Because from the time of Dr. Dora Akunyili, she was really well applauded. But then we see that Dr. Mojisola, she's just quiet, but she's doing the work. And then we have the small cartoon here that Vanguard has been known for years, just aside. But we're not going to take a look at that. But let's take a look at the big story this morning. Many governors desert states to live in Abuja. NLC lament. Why is that, really?
So maybe the lot of reasons have actually been alluded. So Mr. Joe Ajaero, who is the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, was the one who made that bold claim about states that they have visited to launch these CNG buses. It was at the commemoration of the launch and the commissioning of those buses, that he made that claim about not meeting the state governors in their states. In fact, he said, of the 15 states they have visited, it's only in one that the state was actually resided in the state. Others, they've actually been able to jump ship and actually staying in Abuja. And this is on the back of the hardship that people are going through in those states. The kind of hardship that will actually be able to bedevil the states. So this is quite a reality that we've actually been able to see. I think Vanguard were the ones. Vanguard did a kind of an analysis on this too early this year about selected governors who have actually been able to make Abuja their abode and have actually been able to jettison their state. Maybe just be able to come at the end of the month when allocations, when FAC, the Federal Allocation Committee, have actually been able to apportion the revenue for the month and then make whatever appropriations they wanted to make and then return back to Abuja. Uthman Ododo was actually a case in point, the governor of Kogi State, and was actually very, maybe because Kogi is actually very close, especially states that are within, within boundaries of Abuja. I think it's actually very, very common amongst them. But just like we said, the kind of hardship that people are going through, we needed hands on board. The people needed to be on board to really, the governors needed to be on board to see the reality of things themselves. It is very, very important. And that has actually been able to put a whole lot of, so the economic realities is faced by them. So the governors have to serve as a beacon of hope. When we see our leaders there who champion, who was actually at the forefront of what we are going through, it tends to be able to instill some level of confidence and trust. But when you don't see that, when the governors themselves, as a result of those realities, have actually been able to turn Abuja into their first home, height of the state, and when election time comes, you see they are the very first to actually be jumping from local government and state to streets.
To me, I think it's tragic, and I'm not even trying to mince words.
It is.
The people are suffering. It also depicts one of the cartoons that we had on BusinessDay newspaper. I think Mike Asuku had already done like a pictorial representation of this. You going to all of this, going to Abuja to lounge, I'll call it lounge, and live your best life while the people you are supposed to govern are going through it. To me, it doesn't speak well at all. I wonder if there's something that could even be done about this. I wonder if Mr. Joshua wants to add a little bit of contribution to this.
I think maybe we should move to business.
Oh, okay.
It's good that the NSC is pointing it out. We've always known governors to do this.
And you know what
it's not only it's not even only the governors, even the local government local government chain are also doing so. They leave they don't stay in their local government, respective local government headquarters. They stay in the state capital, and then they only go back to the local government to.
I know what is funny. Just to add, this governor was a former NLC member. I think he was the president of NUT, National Union of Teachers, the one in Kogi State. In Niger State. He was in fact complaining about the same thing of the Niger State governor then, who was not staying. And then he's doing the same while he's there.
Well, we don't have much time. It would have been really great for us to touch on the story on the Edo Governorship Poll Tribunal, PDP, as well as Ighodalo's camps in disarray as Okpebholo closes case. But we'll come back to this story some other time. And state now mandating drug tests for appointees and employees, which for me is a good move. Now let's move to what we have on the BusinessDay newspaper this morning. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is our paper. Now the big story here says, new electricity tariffs seen shocking consumers. It's actually shocking me because I'm a consumer. It's the first part of the story here says the new cost, the one that I'm seeing in my house is shocking. So I don't know if there's still going to be something.
That's what I think you're talking about, a new one.
I said the new cost reflective tariffs are expected to shock millions of Nigerians, most of who are struggling to make ends meet.
It's a reality.
I don't.
The woman has come out to debunk it. I think it was Dr. Oluvaje, the special advisor to the president on energy matters, who made that claim, I think 2 weeks ago. You see Dr. Oluvaje, there was the one that said about, in fact, government is still subsidizing close to about 35%. After the last tariff hike that we witnessed, and she was trying to be able to paper over the cracks, but there were expectations that maybe this is expected in coming, because it was saying 35% of the electricity usage in Nigeria is still being subsidized by the government, and the government is trying to be able to hands off totally in that regard. How that will be, and I think that's what our in-house analysts were able to, our in-house journalists are able to be able to point out.
And they've really broken this down. So if you want to read more on this story, you should catch a copy of the Business Day newspaper are very well written. Dipo Oladende and Ibrahim Abubakar have done our energy correspondents have done a very excellent job here.
Yeah.
So you want to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper wherever it is you are. Also, you can check out our website at www.businessday.ng. You will find more in-depth analysis, in-depth insights. Like we always like it has been said, if you want to start your day, you should start your day with Business Day. There are no jokes about that. Now, this one also says soaring seed cost price farmers out of bumper harvest. Mr. Joshua, do you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, the story is actually talking about the difficulty. If you read it, the farmers, they're complaining about the fact that they're not able to get seedlings. They are not readily available. Apart from the fact that the cost is way beyond them, you know, and even those of them who can still afford it, they can't even find it. They find it, these things are not readily available, and it's impacting on production and what would have been able to do. And of course, again, coming back to us, who are the consumers of what we are coming back to us, who are the consumers of this product. The fact that they can't find it and the cost is also very high. I mean, the cost of seedling is also very high. It means that the cost of
final product,
will eventually, by the time they're able to cultivate and then begin to harvest, where we need to buy the produce will also be very high. And at the time, the inflation
is
already high. And it's just so. I think it's to say that whatever it is that the government can do to help farmers, you know, get seedlings, have access to seedling, and at the cheaper rates, you know, because at the end of the day, like I've always said, the whole essence of governance really is for the welfare of the people. So whatever it is the government can do, or maybe that are some other people who can do to help farmers get these links, and then at the reduced cost, it took, you know, come back to us also at the reduced cost, and all of us
will be better for it.
Better for it.
Yes, and because we're even really talking about the soaring food prices,
inflation
challenges. So all of these things.
I mean, it's a common eyesight for everyone.
It all goes hand in hand. The front page of the Business Day newspaper this morning is actually energy heavy. Also, we have on page 23, Oando, 30 years fueling Africa's energy ambitions. To me, that's really commendable.
So we're here for a while.
Commendations to
Mr.
Oando.
Shola Tinubu, Mr. Shola Tinubu has actually been doing a very good job
they've done an amazing job. They've put us on the map. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day for the Business Day newspaper today. It's always a good way for us to wrap up the front page review. I love it. So there you have it on the cartoon of the day. Again, we have that's the person. I don't want to speak. You know I'm about to talk when I see Sarah. So we have the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, sitting on what I would say are like a pile of papers or pile of newspapers or something. And then we have one on the side says lawsuit from Serap. And then, okay, all of them actually have lawsuits from Serap. And then the news says Serap sues Tinubu. And then you can see him saying, ha ha ha, these people will never learn. Again, I'm going back to my Serap conversation, because every Monday I always see Serap suing. Mr. Mohammed, I know we've had this conversation on this show where I'm always talking about Sarah. But really, what do you make of this cartoon? Mr. Joshua, I want to hear your thoughts on this cartoon.
Well, fantastic cartoon. I think the cartoon is doing what he knows how to do best. Serap is known to have filed several lawsuits, but what are the outcome of this?
Exactly, that's always my conversation. That's always my point here. Anytime I just see Serap, I'm always pushed to.
So what are the outcome of this lawsuit?
What are the outcomes?
So that's why I told her that.
You can see, somebody sitting like Mr. President on top of the previous old lawsuit.
A lot of them still from Serap.
So, but quite frankly, I think that Serap should continue to fight this lawsuit. You know why? Whether they are getting positive outcomes from their lawsuit. The fact that they are filing this lawsuit and bringing issues, to the front burner.
People are talking
It's
about
good
it.
for our democracy.
And then maybe it also puts them on their toes.
And then
Yes, of course,
it
put governments on their toes. So
Because
it's good for our democracy. It means that, what this simply means that, look, whether someone is watching, someone is seeing what you are doing. That illegal action you are taking, there's someone there who is watching you. And so I like the fact that Sarah keeps filing this lawsuit, but whether they are getting positive outcome or not.
Because they asked Kolawole, the coordinator of Serap, and he mentioned about how some of the successes they've achieved. But I think this is actually not connected to the recent president travel to France. What they released was that the content, the reason for the travel is not known, was a private visit, and that was what I think they are challenging the president for. But Mr. Kolawole himself has come out to be able to read out some of the successes that they've had. That it has not all been just filing piles of papers, going to court every now and then. That they've had success in some stead.
Which is why I say I actually like the fact that they just
government on the
just
toes.
keep going off. Fight the lawsuit.
Government on the toes.
Yeah, you keep government on.
So government was able to know that if we do this one now, there's somebody watching us.
Somebody will.
They'll always be able to take us to court again, and then even those time, the resources.
Yeah, because it is not also good for the image of the government that there are these lawsuits piling up against you.
It's
and they just tell you, come, start doing the right thing. Because it's also embarrassing to government,
So every now and then you have 20 cases already lying against you.
Okay,
so
all right. I think
it's a good one.
It's a good one in that case. So Serap can keep doing what they do. By the way, Serap is the Socio-Economic Right and Accountability Project, so they can just keeping the government, keeping the people accountable. Well done to Serap. But that's a good way for us to end the show this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua, Mr. Mohammed, for your time this morning on the Front Page Review. It's always really insightful speaking to you. And that's where we wrap it this morning on the Front Page Review of the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us. We'll be back for more.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage, actually, to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
there's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Yesterday, Donald Trump signed an executive order imposing 25% tariffs on imports of steel and aluminium. Earlier, he alerted of slapping reciprocal tariffs on countries with higher tariffs on US goods. How are markets going to be reacting to all this? According to Transparency International, in their 2024 survey report just out this morning, corruption affects billions worldwide, destroying lives, undermining human rights, and exacerbating global crisis. Nigeria was ranked 140 out of 180, scoring 26 over 100, barely improving over the 2023 report, where it ranked 145 and scored 25 out of 100. Also in part 2 of our analysis on global corruption, we consider recent Transparency International findings on $3.7 billion of corruption-linked African assets found hidden in wealthy nations. They're calling it a tip of the iceberg. Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights, where we bring more depth to the main business headlines. The last time Trump hiked up tariffs on steel and aluminium was in March 2018. Then Trump imposed tariffs of 25% on steel and 10% on aluminium against most countries. If you look at the graph showing US inflation that year, inflation was 2.2% in February. That was just a month before the tariffs were introduced. Inched up to 2.4% in March. By June 2018, it was 2.9%. When tariffs were extended to the EU, Canada, and Mexico, coming down to 2.2% by November. In 2019, it went down to 1.5% in February and stayed under 2% most of the year. Also in 2018, after the announcement, US imports of affected metals fell immediately. Brussels later responded to impose levies on about 2.8 billion euros worth of US imports, which covered a wider array of goods, including steel and aluminium, agricultural products, and other iconic US products often produced in Republican voting states, such as bourbon whiskey, Harley-Davidson, motorcycles, jeans, and the like. If we consider the recent experience with Canada and Mexico, it seems Trump is open to negotiations, but a promise to clamp down on fentanyl entering the US from China is not likely to be enough. Market analysts are not betting on a resolution. For example, Morgan Stanley analysts are writing that permanent tariffs on China could ramp up to 60% by the beginning of 2026. Looking at markets yesterday, we saw steel and aluminium stocks surge in pre-market trading after President Donald Trump's announcements. US traders are paying much higher prices for copper, aluminium and steel as they rush to buy ahead of President Trump's tariffs. Cleveland Cliffs surged to close up 17.93%. Nucor jumped to close at 5.6%. Alcoa Core closed up 2.27%. US Steel was up 4.7%. Shrugging off tariff fears, we saw US stock markets also closing on a strong note. If you look at the CNN Investor Sentiment Index, it was neutral, moving up from fear towards greed, as markets seem to be betting this will end well. We, however, see safe haven demand, which shows the difference between Treasury bond and stock returns over the past 20 trading days, indicating a backdrop of nervousness. The safe haven dollar strengthened and gold is close to a record high. ThyssenKrupp, one of Europe's largest steelmakers, said it sees very little impact on its business, adding that Europe remains the primary market for steel, with only high-quality niche products exported to the United States, where it maintains a good market position. This week, Trump is also expected to announce tariffs reciprocal to what other countries levy on U.S. imports. Countries have taken different approaches to tariffs, and some, like the U.S., have been lower than others to encourage free trade. That is about to change. The EU are also expecting tariffs and have warned that retaliation will be immediate and reciprocal. Markets are betting to see more big deals in an easier environment, as analysts see the end of a regulatory environment that basically prohibited any kind of significant business combinations, even if it made strong economic sense for consumers and the industry. But things can go too far, as Trump is said to have instructed Attorney General Pam Bondi to prepare new, more relaxed guidelines for Foreign Corrupt Practices Act enforcement. Heavy borrowers from the World Bank can also expect higher costs, as credit rating agency Moody's warns that the AAA ratings of the World Bank and other top multilateral lenders is at risk if the US withdraws financial support. Finally, looking at US markets, when you consider more recent signs of weaknesses in the latest big tech performance and outlook, we also will get NVIDIA later in the month. That's their performance. And you also look at the sudden plunge of NASDAQ after DeepSeek launched its cost-efficient AI model, and tech giants are still piling heavy capex spend on artificial intelligence with cloudy clarity on returns. The big bet seems to be that deregulation and the market-friendly White House will do the magic. But we have seen this before. Too much greed, too much liquidity, and sudden surge in risk-taking with hyper-relaxed regulation can easily become problematic. Now, with optimism causing almost everything to rally, irrespective of context, it has to be time to be wary. If Fed Chair Jerome Powell is using the terms gradual and careful to describe their posture, the prudent investor needs to be equally cautious and well prepared for all scenarios, especially the worst case. In this second part of reported analysis on corruption by Transparency International, as it releases its 2024 survey. Transparency International research revealed a staggering network of companies, properties, bank accounts, and luxury goods, a total of about 400 assets worth at least $3.7 billion spread across 74 jurisdictions, adding that this figure is the tip of the iceberg as it only includes assets identifiable through public sources. The real figure could be 10 times more. About 80% of assets were held abroad, often far from where the corruption originally occurred, with companies in the British Virgin Islands, Panama, and Seychelles emerging as top incorporation hubs for anonymous companies used to conceal assets and stolen funds. For hiding real estate, France, the United Kingdom, the UAE, and the United States were the preferred locations for purchasing properties connected to suspicious activities, while Transparency International says for bank accounts, the preferred destinations were Hong Kong, Switzerland, the UK, the UAE, and the US, often used as destinations for bank accounts used to pay bribes, move, or store dirty funds. For instance, Swiss regulators reported in 2023 that 50% of banks inspected had largely unsatisfactory anti-money laundering systems. Companies and trusts with obscured and difficult to access ownership were used to distance corrupt individuals and their dirty funds from the asset in question. The analysis by Transparency International also showed that popular destinations like France, the UK, and the US stand out, among other things, due to many regulatory loopholes that permit hidden ownership of real estate. The world is dealing with a lot of issues. Headlines are focused on the struggles of the Magnificent Seven tech firms, geopolitical crisis in Ukraine, the Middle East, Trump 2.0, DEI, DOGE, that's the Department of Government Efficiency in the US, deglobalization, trade recalibration, trade tariffs, climate change, extreme weather, wildfires, stabilization of economies post-COVID, economic stagnation in Europe, tepid global growth, and the rise in China. Very, very few are paying any attention to what I think is perhaps the greatest economic tragedy unfolding before our very eyes: the unjust draining of resources of developing economies through corruption that is damaging billions of vulnerable lives. Little attention is paid to corruption in Africa and poorer states, perhaps because the main beneficiaries are the real estate and booming financial markets of the West. As institutions and regulations are weakened in the US, and Europe and UK are more conscious of the need to revive their sagging economy, we can expect even less focus on corruption in Africa and illicit capital outflows from the continent. Now to more business news. Fed Chair Jerome Powell testifies today on the economic outlook and monetary policy actions he's taken before the Joint Economic Committee in Washington, D.C. We also get U.S. general inflation, that's CPI, out tomorrow. The U.S. Department of Government Efficiency, which was established by Trump last month, has asked the government agency to significantly reduce the government's office space footprint, potentially flooding the commercial real estate market with older, less desirable buildings. Fourth quarter earnings at McDonald's fell short of analysts' estimates, but strength in total same-store sales lifted the fast food chain's stock. Analysts are surprised with the unexpected growth in global sales, aided by demand for affordable burgers and fries among diners in the Middle East, Japan, and China. Shares of the burger chain closed up 4.8% despite a bigger than expected drop in the US sales due to an E. coli outbreak linked to McDonald's quarter pounder hamburgers that was in late October and cautious spending. In South Africa, the presidency is finalizing names of international envoys to be dispatched to various countries as battle lines deepen between South Africa and the new Trump administration. The envoys will be responsible for clarifying SA's foreign and domestic policies after a series of false assertions of widespread land grabs under SA's expropriation bill. This is leading to fears that SA's relationship with one of its largest trade partners could deteriorate. Nigeria's manufacturing sector recorded a poor business performance in January 2025, according to the Business Confidence Monitor report compiled by the Nigeria Economic Summit Group and Stanbic IBTC. The manufacturing sector scored minus 0.66 on the Confidence Monitor Index for January 2025, still a notable recovery from December 2024 score, which was minus 2.43. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a new date for the 299th meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee, shifting it from the initially scheduled February 17 and 18, 2025 to February 18 and 19, 2025. Speculation surrounding the meeting date had earlier emerged due to delays by the National Bureau of Statistics in releasing the rebased Consumer Price Index. Since April 2024, the NBS has been actively engaging stakeholders as part of the GDP and CPI rebasing processes. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman yesterday rejected a $97 billion purchase bid by Elon Musk, who says he wants to return OpenAI to its original vision to be a not-for-profit research organization. Musk owns a startup, XAI, which is a direct competitor to OpenAI. OpenAI seems to be transitioning under Altman's leadership to a for-profit outfit. Asia-Pacific markets traded mixed as investors assessed US President Trump's tariff campaign. Having had a lot of time to price in the impact of tariff-related turmoil, global markets are apparently unfazed by latest tariff threats. Oil prices recovered after the third straight week of losses, focused more on tightened supply and geopolitics, despite risk aversion associated with the possibility of a trade war and the dampening effect on global economic growth and energy demand. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. You can watch us on Business Day TV YouTube channel Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. West Africa time. Bye-bye.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage, actually, to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fumi, this is for you, please. Fumi Ogwe. From your background in organizational change, how can business leaders encourage a culture of innovation in 1 minute?
All right, thanks very much. I think in 1 minute, the main way to embrace a culture of innovation is firstly to invest, to implement technology. So to use technology as much as possible, and also to measure, the impact, the usage, and to keep an eye on adoption. They say what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. So I would say to introduce it. So in our organization, we use things like M365. We do a lot of process automation. We use AI a lot, but you have to keep your eye on the matrices. How much are you spending? How much are you using? And how much? How are people, adopting and embracing that technology that you implemented? And more importantly, just leading from the front. You yourself as a leader using technology and rewarding and encouraging those that are using it would be sort of like in a nutshell what I would say. I find that in the public sector though there's a lot of apathy for technology because people are not wanting to embrace that transparency. So I think that's sort of something that could work against culture.
Thank you. So the final question. This is a bit hurry, but I trust Ola will finish everything in 1 minute. You've done so well, and a lot of people are looking up to you. What are you doing, either through BAP Productions or any other thing that you're doing, that is making you to be where you are now? What are you doing to help other people, other young ladies, to aspire to be the kind of person that you're, or even better, to get on the blockbuster and just scatter everything and make everything good? What do we have to do? What's the recipe to be BAP or more?
Right, so when I started the journey, it was really difficult finding previous people that had gone ahead of us. There was no documentation, so to speak. So I decided that I was going to make it easier for those coming after me. We started an academy funded by MasterCard Foundation, and everything that I have learned in the 20 years of running Terra and all my team members, we've put it down on paper with some professors from universities, and we have our own learning management system. We got funding from MasterCard Foundation. We've trained over 26,000 young people. We have offices in Kano, Lagos, Ogun State. We have practical centers where people can learn how to do this light that you see here. Sound is always a problem in Nigeria. Set design, entrepreneurial skills, things like that. We put them together on a learning management system, and it is free. MasterCard pays for all the students annually, so they go online, they learn, they get their certificates, and we plan to keep doing this for as long as we get the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to my panelists. I think the core of the matter is we're in challenging times, but you have to learn to lead through those challenging times, because those times will come and there's nothing we can do about it coming. But there's something we can do about living through it and having our experiences so that our businesses can become better. I want to say a big thank you to my panelists. Thank you. I don't want to start mentioning names again because we're out of time. So please, a round of applause for them, please. They did well. It's time we should take pictures. Okay. Paparazzi pass. Please make sure our steez is teasing. Like we're in Hollywood. Thank you very much and have an amazing time. My name is Kemi Ajimobi, and the last time I checked, I'm still working at BusinessDay.
Let's put our hands together for Kemi Ajimobi. That was an excellent panel session. And to the wonderful women that made this panel session exciting, we thank you very much. Let's put our hands together one more time for these wonderful ladies, business women. For me, I must say, it's nice to have a panel full of women that's just talking about business. We didn't once hear about anything to do with the fact that they were women, just simply business women, business people, which is very encouraging. So please allow me to establish some protocol. We've had some very special guests join us during this panel. Allow me to welcome the Central Bank Governor, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso. Let's put our hands together for him. Engineer Aminu Usman, Deputy Governor of Jigawa State. Your Excellency, thank you for being with us.
We also have a very high-powered delegation from Kano State. So allow me to welcome Abdul Jakbar Garko, who is representing Engineer Baba Kabir. Let's put our hands together. And thank you to all the excellencies that are here with us as well. So it is tea time, so if you'd like to go behind and grab some tea, you're more than welcome to do so. But we will continue on with the program. We have a very special guest that will be giving the first welcome address, and her name is Professor Catherine Dugan, who is the director of the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes onto the stage. And I'll tell you a little bit about her as well. Before joining the University of Cape Town Business School, she was the Vice Dean and Professor of Management and Political Economy at the African Leadership University School of Business in Rwanda. She also is the founding Vice Dean of Business of the school's first faculty as well. She's worked as a professor at Harvard Business School, and we're very excited to welcome Professor Dugan as she gives the first keynote address. Let's put our hands together for her.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the current governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, to the former governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, to all of our distinguished guests. Thank you very, very much for the invitation this morning. I'm really looking forward to being able to talk to all of you. I do have a number of slides, but I don't have a clicker. And so as we get a clicker on the stage, I'm going to share with you. And that comes from Chimamanda Adichie. And what she says is, stories matter. Many stories matter. Stories have been used to dispossess and to malign, but stories can also be used to empower and to humanize. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair that broken dignity. And that is what I'm going to talk to you about today, is stories, dignity, and confidence. And before I talk more than that, let me start by talking my own story. So my family has been involved in Nigeria since the late 1940s. So if you will forgive me, I like to think of myself as a Nigerian. I hope you'll accept me. But I did spend a lot of time in Uganda, and this story is about Uganda. Because when I was in Uganda, I had, so I went to Uganda to do field work once upon a time, and I had no money. I was a graduate student, and so I relied on public transport to get everywhere. In Uganda, danfos are called taxis. And this is the main taxi park in Uganda. When I was there, I stood here, I looked at this space, and I thought to myself, I should have stayed in California. I'm never going to, in a different way, which is, as you are driving to work in the, they express their discontent, often not in constructive ways, and that happens both, again, in countries as well as in companies. So the question then is, how do we ask people or get people to both stay and express themselves in constructive ways? And the answer to that is that third word in the book title, loyalty. So the question is, how do we get people to build loyalty, to build a feeling of belonging, of having impact, of being part of something larger than themselves? Another way of putting this in literature is, how do we make sure that those 52% in the middle are becoming engaged? So here you see 29% are rowing hard, they're engaged. About 19% are jumping off the end of the boat, they're exiting. how do we make sure that that middle 52% have the kind of engagement that will not only keep them on the boat, but that will actually make them lean forward so that we can all row together. And again, that's important in countries and in companies. So let's go back to this particular gravestone because it's from Buckminster Fuller, who is a famous architect. And he actually created what you may know as Epcot Center, among other things. And what he wrote on his gravestone was, "Call me Trim Tab." I actually saw this gravestone, it's in Boston, and when I saw it, I didn't know what a trim tab was, and I didn't know why you might want to be called Trim Tab. So I looked it up, and it turns out that this is what he said about a trim tab. He said, think of the Queen Elizabeth. The whole ship goes by, and then comes the rudder. And there's a tiny thing on the edge of the rudder called the trim tab. It's a miniature rudder. Just moving the little trim pulls the rudder around. It takes almost no effort at all. And then he says, so I said that the little individual can be a trim tab. Society thinks it's going right by you, that it's left you altogether. But if you're doing dynamic things mentally, the fact is that you can just put your foot out like that, and the whole big ship of state is going to go. So I call that the trim tab, and I said, call me Trim Tab. And that is one of the ways in which we can encourage, especially the young people who work for and with us, to engage, to let them know you do not have to be the big oga. You can be a person who feels small and still manage to turn a great ship. So let's talk for a moment about the hero's journey. We talked about movies very recently. If we wanted to go see a movie, we would never go see a movie where the hero starts out and everything is easy. Throughout the entire movie, everything is easy, and then at the end, everything continues to be easy. That would be the most boring movie ever. Instead, we go to movies where the hero develops throughout the course of the movie. He is subject, or she is subject to very serious challenges, and then the fact that they are able to get through those challenges in the first half of the movie sets them up both for them to know and for us to know that when the time comes to save the world, and it always does, they will be able to do it. So as we think about doing business in Africa, I like to describe it as doing business on hard mode. If any of you have ever played video games, when you play a video game, you can play on easy mode, on regular mode, or on hard mode. What you do every single day is to do everything that people in Singapore and New York and London are doing, but you're also thinking about many, many, many other things. You're thinking about things that no one in New York has had to think about in a long time. You are playing on hard mode, and that means you are smarter and faster and more agile than the people who are playing in easy mode. So as we talk about this, as we begin to wrap up, the question is, how do we bring this all together? And the answer is not by telling people it's easy, by telling people that it will be easy. What we've seen, both from Britain during the war, as people came together, as well as in lots of other countries, is that people like being asked to pull together. They are willing to sacrifice if they are given a reason to sacrifice and an explanation as to why it's important. And as leaders, that is one of our core jobs. It is to make sure that we are telling everybody where we're going and why we're doing what we do, so that we can then ask them to sacrifice, and they will not only do it, but they will do it in an excited way. They are willing to do it in the way that we see this happening in Britain during the war, and also in Japan, which came from humiliation after the Second World War, occupation by the United States, and built itself into one of the great powers of the 20th century because people were pulling together, they were working very, very hard, and they were thinking about this in terms of a Japanese term called gammon, which means perseverance, patience, and self-restraint. They were sacrificing so that they could come together and build the country. There's another Japanese term that I want to introduce you to, which is kintsugi. Kintsugi is the process of repairing broken things with gold. So as you can see, this bowl has broken, and instead of throwing it away or gluing it in a way that hides the fact that it was broken, someone has repaired it with gold to make it not only more obvious that it has been broken, but to make it more beautiful than it ever was before. So kintsugi tells us things that are unique because they were broken are more beautiful than things that were never broken. And again, that applies to people, to countries, and to companies. So, what is one of the greatest statements of this, in my estimation? It is John F. Kennedy's inaugural speech. He became president at a moment when the United States and everybody in the world was afraid of nuclear war. And he gave an inaugural speech which, rather than downplaying the risk, rather than saying everything is going to be okay, he came in and he said, I do not shrink from this responsibility, I welcome it. He started actually saying, in the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. And then he said, I do not shrink from this responsibility, I welcome it. See what he's done. He started with the broad picture. He moved to I. He started talking about himself, but then he shifts again. And he says, I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. He says, the energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. That is what he's saying. He's painting this picture about where we're going. And then he says very famously, and so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of men. So, to begin to wrap up, I wanted to give you very briefly an example from Morocco of how a CEO changed the culture in order to bring people together. This is OCP, which is a mining company in Morocco. It was organized just like every mining company in your mind. It was very top down until the new CEO came in and decided to do something differently. And rather than saying everybody has to do exactly this or that at any given moment, instead he said, let's listen to the people on the ground. Let's listen to the guys who are running these big mining machinery. Let's listen to the young people in our offices. And as a result of this, he was able to turn around this mining company and create so many spin-off businesses that they actually are enormously profitable, these spin-offs in their own right. And one of the ways that he did that was by instilling a corporate culture of Nia. Nia is an Arabic word which means to come with basically trust and good intentions. His idea was, throughout OCP, every single person comes all the time with trust and good intentions, and they talk about how much they are contributing to Morocco. And I want to note that what we are doing here is contributing to Nigeria. And I will leave you by just saying, remember the first question I asked, or at least the question that I suggested that you should ask yourself as you are driving to work, which is, why do I do what I do, and how am I contributing to the growth of Nigeria? And I promise you, every single one of you, Every single company represented in this room is really helping to drive this growth in this country to make Nigeria what we know it can be. And the question for me is, how will you tell me, the rest of us, and most importantly, the people who work for you? How will you share your vision? How will you share why you do what you're doing? And once we do that, we can all come together and build Nigeria into the country that we know is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine Dugan, for that wonderful address. That definitely deserves a standing ovation. I don't know about you, but I feel like signing up to the University of Cape Town ASAP, because that was excellent. Thank you so very much for bringing your whole self and for bringing the energy that we so desperately needed. Thank you all. Allow me to recognize some VIPs that have also walked in. The Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you for being with us. Omowunmi Akingumbe, Executive Director of WIMBIZ. Thank you very much.
More recently, however, we've seen a retreat from globalization by the advanced economies. Concerns about the possible breakdown of supply chains and national security have caused these countries to consider reducing their dependency on foreign manufacturers in some key industries. By encouraging local solutions, onshoring and nearshoring of key components, which would result in a more fragmented world. These recent concerns have reinforced long-standing fears about the differentiated impact of globalization and ignited discussions about how to better manage globalization. Nonetheless, I'm convinced that the benefits of the interconnectedness of economies augurs well with a resurgence of globalization. Closer home, the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area is expected to create an Africa-wide market with resultant benefits from economies of scale. The fourth megatrend is the urgent need to support policies and actions to deal with climate change. The global situation with respect to climate change remains dire and urgent. All hands on deck sort of situation. Further, the State of the Climate in Africa report in 2020 indicated that the climate indicators in Africa were characterized by extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, increasing temperatures, and accelerated rise in sea levels, with devastating impact on millions of the population. And getting back on track to reach the 2030 targets will require massive acceleration of efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change by all citizens, corporates, and countries. Further delays in these commitments would spell doom to our destiny. So these are the four megatrends more relevant for us today that I believe will touch every corner of Africa. In the rest of my address, I will reflect on how to prepare for these megatrends. What are the key elements for preparedness for the opportunities that will emerge as Africa transforms towards 2050? What must we do for Africa's moonshot to succeed? For succeed, we must. But before delving into these questions, here's a story I want to tell. Climbing Mount Everest is extremely challenging and dangerous. And with 17 reported deaths, 2023 was the deadliest year in Everest's history. Against this sober news is that of Shelpa Gelje, I'm sorry about the pronunciation, Gelje, who in May of 2023, while climbing with his client and only 500 meters elevation from the summit, came across an unconscious climber, alone, without oxygen, abandoned on the trail by his friends and guides. This was in the death zone, above 8,000 meters, where the brutal conditions would lead to certain death. Gelje Shelpa convinced his client to abandon the summit attempt and instead decided to rescue the stricken climber. Gelje Shelpa wrapped him up and carried him on his back down the mountain for 6 hours. A very daring and Herculean effort, of course, before another guide joined in the rescue. Regrettably, the story's happy ending was shattered by the rescued climber going on TV interviews and social media after he had recovered, thanking everyone else except Gelje Shelpa, who carried him all the way down, who rescued him, and of course promoting his own exploits. He even blocked the rescuer on Instagram. Just bizarre. Following an uproar slamming the rescued climber, he eventually thanked Gelje Shelpa, and everyone was happy to let the story end there. Now, I recount this story to underscore the huge debt of gratitude that each one of us has and should acknowledge to those that were there for us at crucial moments. We can never fully repay them. You would have thought that having your life saved in such extreme circumstances would be a humbling experience that generated profound gratitude. For me, it is also a reminder of the huge responsibility to build our country and continent the much we can for the benefit of others, even though we will not get the recognition. That's the story I wanted to tell. And I now turn to the question of what is needed for Africa's moonshot to succeed. And I group my thoughts around 4 key themes. The first of this, quality jobs must be created in sufficient numbers to absorb the emerging youth. I think this is obvious. A total of 3.7 jobs, as I said, are created in Africa, and this will increase to more than 10 million annually. I mentioned a number like 15 million. This will certainly not happen if we continue as we have done before. To further compound the problem, we don't even know the type of jobs that will be created as technology is changing quickly. How we work and what we do for work. According to one estimate, about 2/3 of students entering high school this year around the world will have careers that have not yet been invented. So this speaks to the importance of their adaptability, and it puts a lot of pressure on schools and businesses to escape the methods of the past. The second theme, the basic building blocks of economic development must be put in place. This, for the most part, is the legitimate responsibilities of governments, influenced by government policies and actions. While the declared objective of governments is to improve the economic and social outcomes to the population, the most immediate objective is to put in place the conditions that will allow those outcomes. These conditions include strong macroeconomic fundamentals supported by strong institutions, well-designed and well-implemented economic policies, such as relating to tax regime, regulation of markets, protection of property rights, etc. The desired outcomes, of course, include low and stable inflation, inclusive productivity growth, appropriate and predictable tax regime, low cost of doing business, appropriate spending and fiscal budget, etc. The government should also foster the development of its citizens, including providing education, health, security, etc. Nonetheless, there's that sort of exchange between governments and businesses, and I'll make a few observations on this. That first, the government and businesses profess support of good economic policies. That is something that I think we understand and live by. Second, businesses have a long list of grievances, if you may, things that the government and other public institutions should take care of. And I think there are many of these, including the unpredictable tax regime, complications of intra-Africa travel, poor infrastructure, etc. And then thirdly, while there's a lot of dialogue between businesses and policymakers, political vested interests often dominate the outcomes. This is probably an issue more for political scientists to study. But from our perspective, we all know the term state capture, which has now entered the regular lexicon of our conversations. The government also discusses these matters with civil society, influencers, concerned citizens, and the media. And I think all of us have seen those images from my dear country, Kenya, of, let's say, robust conversation of protesters with government on the issue of the finance bill, which of course spilled into violence, etc. But in the end, there is an ongoing conversation about the political, indeed the economic policies of the government. Thirdly, businesses must embrace the responsibility of creating meaningful jobs in and supporting a favorable environment for long-term growth. As is the case elsewhere, as is the case everywhere, returns on equity, the ROEs that we know, or the price earnings ratios, PE ratios, and the bottom line are easy clutches for businesses. But people centricity should be at the heart of their products and operations, and they cannot be blind to the needs of citizens. Additionally, while the immediate focus of business or their outputs, their decisions affect future outcomes, including the opportunities that will be available for other businesses and workers, this is especially relevant as innovations will necessarily impact on the number and skill composition of workers. So the interaction between businesses and CSOs and other agencies is less streamlined, but is a concern for you as well. Businesses do not exist in vacuum, but are tightly woven into the society, giving and taking from it. So keeping the production processes running is crucial for productivity and the bottom line, which underscores the importance of good labor relations. However, in the presence of large pools of labor that can quickly run and the required skills, the need for businesses to be loyal or fair is diminished. Further, well-meant actions by businesses may have unintended consequences and even intensify deep-seated antagonism. These agencies will raise concerns about employment growth, wage and other benefits, support for the community, and more generally, income inequalities, as we have seen in advanced economies. And the last of these themes, then, is services and not manufacturing. I contend that services and not manufacturing will dominate in terms of employment creation. Unlike when the Asian tigers industrialized, manufacturing industries are no longer the labor-absorbing activities they used to be. And summarizing his recent research on this topic, Danny Roderick argues, and I quote, "Innovation in manufacturing has taken a predominantly skill-based form, reducing demand for workers with relatively low level of education. So the rising skill and capacity intensity of manufacturing in turn means that globally competitive formal segments of manufacturing in developing countries have lost the ability to absorb significant amounts of labor. They have effectively become enclave sectors, not that different from mining, with limited potential and few positive effects on the supply side of the rest of the economy," end quote. Achieving sustainable, inclusive growth will depend on creating opportunities in the services sector. And services range from transport, telecoms, finance, IT, tourism, health, education, etc. And currently, they account for about half of the workforce in low and medium income countries, up from about 40% in 1990. Even the share of workers in manufacturing has held steady. Services generate more than 2/3 of global GDP. They create the largest number of jobs. But the productivity and quality of those jobs need to be increased. So as I finish, I know that a lot of attention is being given to cross-border payments, which is one of the barriers to trade in Africa. Others include high tariffs, cumbersome border procedures, divergent commercial regulations, poor roads and air links. However, it is crucial that more attention is given to cross-border trade in services and investment flows. The role of Africans in the diaspora should also be expanded beyond their remittances. They should serve as a bridge for innovative ideas, technology, and management practices that create sustainable businesses at home. Instructively, India's success story in the IT industry is anchored in the diaspora, with many successful startups having been founded by Indian diaspora. I'll end where I started, emphasizing Africa's favorable demographic landscape over the next 25 years. We'll certainly face phenomenal challenges, but we cannot accept the prospect of losing a generation. We have the essentials for Africa's moonshot to 2050, and it is up to each of us to determine the outcome. We can write the story of Africa's new golden age, but there are no simple solutions. You get knocked down 100 times, and you get up every time. As the singer Rudy Boy declares, "If I not get today, I go get them tomorrow." I recall a fictitious story about an older man, Jim, whose memory loss had become quite acute. He had recently visited a specialist, and his friend inquired how this was going. "Very well," Jim replied. "The doctor taught me some techniques, such as visualization and association, which has really helped me." "Wow, that's great," his friend responded. "What is your doctor's name?" Jim's face suddenly went blank. And after a few moments, he muttered, "What is the name of this beautiful flower with a long stem and thorns?" "You mean a rose?" his friend responded. "Yes, that's it," Jim retorted, and then yelled to the next room, "Rose, Rose, what's the name of my doctor?" Well, Africa is like a rose. Yes, it has some thorns, but it grabs you in the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Patrick Njoroge, former governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Just put your hands together for him again. Okay. Thank you. How do you say thank you in Swahili? I know Hujambo is welcome. Asante sana. Thank you. All right. We're moving on very quickly to 2 sessions, a Q&A and a fireside chat. The first session will feature the last 2 speakers, Catherine Duggan and Patrick Njoroge, and will be moderated by Olusegun Zakios, who's a partner and West Africa lead at PwC Strategy. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm inviting all 3 of them to come up stage now. This will run for 10 minutes, and right after that, we'll have a fireside chat with the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso. And immediately after that, we're going to have a panel of 3 governors, the governors of Lagos State, the governors of Lagos State, Jigawa State, and Kano State, respectively. So, whilst Catherine Duggan was commencing her speech, you said you feel like a Nigerian, yes? So Lagos is happy to welcome you. And since you feel like a Nigerian, I think it's only appropriate that you adopt a Nigerian name. So of all the names that you have heard in Nigeria, which is your favorite? Is it Kemi? Is it Funke? Is it Omowale? Is it Joke? Is it Amina or Aisha? If you don't have a name, the Deputy Governor of Lagos will give you one.
I will answer that as diplomatically as I can.
Okay.
Which is to say, if you recall, some years ago, there was a Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was doing a thing where you could drink Coca-Cola with somebody. They would have the name on the label.
Yes.
My favorite label said chairman.
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 So, very good. So, the interesting thing is that people who are named chairman in Nigeria, they are everywhere. When you don't know somebody's name and you want to greet them, you just say chairman, how now? Is that also? Whether you're on the streets or anywhere, everybody is chairman. So we're going to give you some time to think about it. And if you don't get a name, the deputy governor, you have an assignment. I think you start jotting down names. Please put your hands together for them as they begin the session.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we've had a very fantastic presentation from our 2 speakers, and this is what I'm going to do. If you have a question to ask them in the audience, I'm just going to take 3 people. And please raise up your hand so that they can bring the mic to you, right? But while we're waiting for that to happen, I have a very quick question. And let me start this way. And the first question is really, if you look at the times we are, especially for Nigeria, it's a time of short-term shocks in which you're dealing with inflation, you're dealing with high exchange rate, etc. And if you then take a medium-term look at the world, it's also a time of major shifts, where AI is playing out, etc. What would be, and I'll start with you, Catherine, what would be your recommendations to CEO on how they can sort of adapt to the changes that's happening in front of their nose and also prepare for the medium-term trends that we see in the next few years?
Thank you very much. I think the most important thing is every single day to pick your head up out of your books, out of your meetings, out of the things that you're trying to do to survive, and say, where am I going more broadly? But then also, again, inspire not only others, but also yourself. Because one of the things that we do as leaders is burn out. And one of the things that happens is we end up losing that drive on our own. And so more than anything, there are lots of things that I could tell you about strategic approaches and ways to map things out. But the real answer that I would give you is we need to inspire ourselves and others. And that inspirational leadership will bring us together. We know what Nigerians are capable of. Nigerians are the most successful minority group in the United States. We know what Nigerians are capable of. We know in this country what a remarkable place this is. What we don't always have an opportunity to remind ourselves is we will get there no matter how hard it is this morning. So I would say that is my best piece of advice, is we need all of the tools, we need all of the skills, but we also need to keep our heads up and to remind the young people that it's okay if they've gone someplace else to learn other things, but they have to come back because this is where the future is, and they have the opportunity to build it here.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly go to you, Dr. Njoroge, right? And we were discussing earlier, what you realize when external pressure that you see outside Africa, you know, the geopolitical fragmentation, etc. And in the middle of this, and when you talked about demographics, you said Africa and Nigeria were going to rule the world from demographic perspective. What to you would be recommendation to policy authorities of 3 things they must focus on to ensure the future is realizably successful? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Before answering it, I want to remind you of what has happened over centuries in Africa. I don't know, you've seen these little boats that, or now you see replications of them, that let's say our forefathers used to sail from our part of the world, the eastern part of Africa. They would sail all the way to Persian Gulf, etc. Now, those things are tiny. I mean, you didn't see me on it. To cross the ocean, no way. Possibly to the reef, but no farther. But the point is they were able to do that. They knew the difficulties that they were going to face, the waves and all those other things. They had rudimentary sort of techniques for navigation. But those were sufficient to maintain commerce, etc. My point in this is that the difficulties will always be there. We cannot shrink in the face of those difficulties. And I like the quote by JFK that you had on your slides. The difficulties will be there. We take responsibility for them. And I think first and foremost, the CEOs and indeed the governments, the people responsible for decision making, should take full responsibility of those, not to shrink and say, oh, there was a general point, you're asking more about government. There's a general point of looking at only the problems. And we don't look at the other side of the balance sheet. What are your strengths? This is a typical thing. When you interview people, you generally ask them questions about what are your areas of, difficulties, problems, whatever. And when you have your annual discussion with them, you generally say, well, this area you're weak in, this is what you need to do. Very rarely do we say, these areas you are strong in, and maybe you could benefit from your strengths in this way. Africa has a lot of strength. The people that we mentioned, the population that are coming. When we talked, the panel before us talked about the musicians, talked about the artists. I mean, everybody now is accepting that actually Africa has a lot to offer. I mean, even I think it was the Oscars, or I don't know, whatever it is, the Grammys or the awards. And they now have recognized that there's significant quality that is being generated from here. I think the issue has to be supporting the people, the young people as they grow. So look at the youth as a sort of a pool of strength and to see how best to present them for us and for everyone else in the world. That, I think, is what we need to do.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to take questions from the audience. Do we have any question from the audience? Any hand up? All right, we have in front. Can we pass the mic to her very quickly?
Thank you very much. I'm the Consul General of Denmark, and if nobody else wants to answer a question, I would. Denmark is one of the leading countries in the world in terms of green transition and sustainability. If you had one wish, only one, to the European constellation, we also had the EU-Nigeria Business Forum last week in Abuja. What would be your one wish to
focus on making sure that the countries like Nigeria, where 85% of our exports depend on oil, that we are fundamentally having this just support for countries that will be incredibly heavily affected both by climate change and by a sudden shift away. So I think as we think about imports into Europe, as we think about what we do next, I think really emphasizing that it isn't just about carbon, it's also about people, and we have to figure out how to navigate between those two. That would be my plea.
Actually, I completely agree with that. The issue of climate change has to be equitable. And I think what we are seeing now is proposals that are very inequitable. So I would make the point, as Catherine said, that that's really the solution for where we are going to go has to be one that allows Africa, Nigeria in particular, being carbon rich, time to transit. In particular ways. And actually they're doing a pretty good job. If you look at some of the industries that they have recently put in place, they are not as, let's say, polluting as happened in other industries in other nations that were set up, let's say, 20 years ago. So that's what I would say.
So there are two things, as we finish up, there are two things that I want to say. The first thing that I want to emphasize is that for a very long time, people in places like the United States have thought that this continent is where you give your money away after you've made it somewhere else. And my mission for my entire career has been to share the real story of African business, which I see here in Lagos every day. If you need a bit of inspiration, let me tell you, I am more inspired by what I see in Lagos, in the energy and the possibility, than anywhere else. The second thing I'll leave you with is a quote from a Nigerian author, because you have the best authors in the world here, Ben Okri. And he writes, "Let us look at the world with new eyes. We must look at ourselves differently. We are freer than we think. We haven't begun to live yet. The man whose light has come on in his head, in his dormant sun, can never be kept down or defeated. We can redream this world and make the dream real." And I invite you all, with one another, with all of us, let us redream this world and make Nigeria into the place that we have dreamed it to be.
Thank you very much. I think one person, okay, a question in front. Please go ahead with your question, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Amina Ayagbala, and thank you very much, Professor and Doctor, for your excellent presentations. Doctor, I think you alluded to the fact that you said through services presents a huge opportunity in terms of creating jobs. As you know, the Nigerian population is now about 230 million, growing by about 5 million every year and more, about 2.5% every year. And Professor, you mentioned in your presentation, how China has refocused its energies on manufacturing. So in terms of looking for solutions for Nigeria and the African continent, what should we be focusing on? Is it both, or is it manufacturing first and then services to create the jobs that we so desperately need? Thank you.
Doctor, you can start first.
I think there's, maybe I need to clarify something that I said very quickly. I think it is very important to maintain the improvement and development in manufacturing. And I think Nigeria has done very well. For instance, think about we used to import a lot of cement, we used to import a lot of finished products in fuel, etc. And the internal capacity that has been built will help reverse those imports, right? So I think that is important. But at the end of the day, we need jobs. And those jobs will not be in manufacturing. Manufacturing will continue to be at the same, let's say, level as they are in the advanced economies. And there, the same processes, literally. And there you can already see that if anything, the number of jobs in manufacturing will decline. So this is why I made this point about services. It has to be in services where we will get the jobs for our youth. And services here is not just being, well, a waiter or things like that. It is much wider. We talked about music. We talked about IT. So there's a lot of services that today now need a lot of, and one of the things that I've always, as a governor, and I used to make the case that Africa should actually supply a lot of CEO bankers to the rest of the world. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't do that. So it's services. So I just want to clarify and underscore the point that in terms of employment, our young people will have jobs in services, and therefore we need to provide for that in certain ways today.
All right, Prof, can you just respond in 1 minute so that we can close this panel?
All I need to do is co-sign that. It's wonderful to have an expert. It's wonderful to have an expert on the panel, thank you, because I will only have to say I thought that was absolutely right. Thank you very much.
All right, can we clap for our speakers?
Please put your hands together for them. Please stand for a group photograph. I'd like to ask Mr. Frank Aigbogun to join them. Mr. Frank Aigbogun, please come up stage to join them for a group photograph. Now, how many of you noticed the energy in Catherine? The Lagos energy is in her, isn't it? So more than anything else, she deserves that name. Mr. Deputy Governor, I hope the name is ready. So she started her presentation with a Nigerian author, and she ended with another Nigerian author. The first was Chimamanda Adichie, and the second was Ben Okri. And since Chimamanda is female, how does Catherine Chimamanda Dogan sound? Those in favor say aye. Those against keep quiet. The ayes have it. Chimamanda.
I'm not worthy of that.
Chimamanda Negodum. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for them. And now we're at one of the high points of today's event. It's a fireside chat on revitalizing Nigeria's economy, strategic monetary policies for sustainable growth. I'd like to invite Mr. Aigbogun to take his seat already. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a fireside chat with our own governor, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I'm going to set a context for our conversation. And the context, of course, is the theme of our forum this year, which is leadership in tough economic times. Mr. Governor, I'd like to welcome you and also to thank you for accepting to take part in this, for participating in the CEO Forum and of course joining in the fireside chat. When you were appointed, in fact, before you were appointed, for those who had the privilege of dreaming or hearing that you were going to be appointed governor of the central bank. And then, of course, when you were then appointed, there was a similar chorus, and which was that, this one will be a good governor at the central bank. I recall that the president, before the election, at an occasion at the economic summit, called you the headmaster. So I'd like to start by asking you, what leadership qualities brought you into the Central Bank of Nigeria as governor? And how have these qualities served you thus far?
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much, Frank. First of all, before I respond to your question, I really do want to commend you and your organization. 2001 is when you started this enterprise. Yes. And you're still running strong. Yeah. We certainly need more like this in Nigeria. That's the missing piece. And I will also stand on existing protocols. Now, let me say that with respect to the qualities that may have contributed towards my position in the central bank, there are a number of things. Actually, there's one particular thing that is very dear to me, and that is, as a policy maker, I am very, very committed to one thing, and that is that if at the end of the day we cannot make policies, and we do not make policies that impact the man on the street, then what is the point of doing them? And I think that is so critical, and I definitely have taken that to the job I have been doing in the past 7 or 8 months. That whatever it is we do must ultimately impact the man on the street, the average person. And frankly, as economists, as bankers, as finance people, it is very easy to be in a bubble and really not appreciate that ultimately this is how you will make a difference to the environment you live in. I find that it is very important to listen. And I must say that a good number of the policy statements that came out of the central bank over the recent past, many of them came out as a result of listening to what problems people had, issues people raised, and how, again, certain things were negatively impacting on people. And we responded accordingly with those. So these are things that are carefully thought out, carefully crafted in response to dysfunctions that we find within the economy. Both things that we know and things that we hear other people have a problem with. Of course, collaboration is also key. And in the spirit of this, we find it is so important that we recognize, as the central bank, we must collaborate with others. We cannot do it on our own. Chief collaborator in this respect is the fiscal side. In particular, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the rest. Okay? Without that, you're only, as they say sometimes, clapping with one hand. So collaboration is very, very important in getting the job done. Then, of course, transparency. And I know that I am talking to a very sophisticated audience here, so frankly, there's not much more to add there other than to say that one of the new tools that I thought was very important when I got into the seat was to open up discussions to the press, which we do after MPC, and people could also dial in. We do this, so far we've had 3 MPC meetings, and it's been open for people who feel they want to question and contribute towards the decisions that are taken. And of course, we defend ourselves accordingly. So communication, I beg your pardon, transparency is very, very, very key. And it will only continue. It's an element that we feel we will continue to do whatever is necessary to improve on it. Communication, of course, another very important issue, as far as I can see. And there are times where nobody needs to tell you that you need to get out there and talk to people. Nobody needs to tell you. You will know. You will feel it. And if some of you may recall, and Frank, if you may recall, earlier on, a couple of months after I became central bank governor, we actually approached the media, and I had a lengthy parley at the time. I think it was Arise News at the time, which helped to douse the feelings of uncertainty and also give an idea of the way forward. Nobody needs to tell you that as a leader, you cannot shy away from communicating. Nobody needs to tell you this, okay? It is so fundamental. And there are different forms of it. Even, okay, an avenue like this, an opportunity like this. We are here now, we're communicating. There are critical issues that people may not have adequately understood, and where we have the opportunity to clarify, we will do so. And that, again, is something that we will do we've been doing on a continuous basis. Print media, television, whatever means, we cannot shy away from communicating. There's no such thing as over-communicating. So I just want to make that particular aspect very important. In the days gone by, central bank governors typically are seen as a group that should say very little. But I believe those days have changed, okay? At the same time, you've got to find a balance, and you've got to be very clear in the way you communicate so that people don't misinterpret what you say.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. So we've heard about, you didn't tell us why the president called you headmaster, but that's okay. We've heard about partnership, we've heard about transparency, we've heard about communication. And I thank you for your response. Now, there was, again, we're talking about leadership in tough economic times. I imagine that on your arrival the first day on your desk, one of the toughest things that you needed to deal with was just sorting out the huge backlog of FX payments. And I'd like to ask you, how did you come to prioritize that? Because even where I was, there were those who were arguing, if I got $7 billion, I can't use all of it to settle backlog. I would have to keep some for some other things. How did you manage to, prioritize that, and what does it say about your leadership style?
Thank you very much, Frank. It's an excellent question. And I would even go further to say that before I got into the seat, into the saddle, when I was going through the Senate hearings, I actually made that statement, even before I was confirmed, that my first priority will be to settle that backlog. And I was very clear on that. And you're absolutely right. A good number of people came to me at the time and said, look, this doesn't make sense. Why would you prioritize so much money to pay back people and, businesses and all that, when you can use that for actually growing and opening up the foreign exchange market? I got a lot of pressure on that. But I think what perhaps many failed to realize is that here we are in a situation where Nigeria was in a state of crisis. Nigeria was in a state where there was a lot of loss of confidence. And to be honest with you, even without that, it is so important that you hold high your integrity. As a bank, your yes must be yes. That is a big, major step in building credibility. It's a big, major step in building credibility. Very tempting, I must tell you, very tempting to push that aside and say, oh, let's leave that for another time. Very tempting. Very tempting. But ultimately, I was convinced that if we did not do that at that time, we will pay the price for it as a country.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. In a recent interview, you were very clear in saying that you believe that Nigeria has seen, or that the local currency, the naira, has seen the worst of volatility. What exactly do you mean, and how much reassurance can you provide to our audience this afternoon?
An excellent question there. Let me just go back and explain something that I think is very important for people to understand in answering that question. Now, when we came into the saddle of leadership at the central bank, we looked at the system and found that there were an awful lot of distortions within the system. For example, illicit flows. For example, people not abiding by the rules. Let me put it that way. People not abiding by the rules. And it was very important that we address these things so that the market could function more smoothly and a lot better. Now, in the process of doing this, sometimes what you find is that there's pushback. There are those who are used to doing things in a certain way and want to continue doing it that way. And that in itself has its own dysfunctions. So it's important for those who are on the other side to recognize that we are going to be consistent in doing what we are doing before markets begin to settle. So we believe that quite a portion of that volatility, the wide swings in rates, part of that was attributed to this. Okay? Part of it was attributed to this. And we believe that with time, stakeholders are becoming a lot more comfortable with the way the market is being run. That the need to, for example, front load, you don't need it, but you are front loading your requests. A lot of that is beginning to settle. Even, I dare say, with portfolio investors, we found a good number of them came in, left, and then came in again because they were pretty comfortable that there was a plan and that the plan was headed in a direction that they could see, they understood, and they trusted. Okay, so to my mind, a lot of the, wide swings that we saw are gradually beginning to smooth out as a result of a better understanding of the market the greater transparency that is taking place, and the comfort that those who are using the market see in it.
Thank you very much, sir. I wanted to just, an extra question there is to ask you, the central bank some time ago eased the requirements for FX proceeds by oil companies. And I wanted to ask you, what has been the impact of that so far in terms of supply and liquidity?
Yes. Well, I will first of all say it's still work in progress. And to be frank, again, back to the original question you asked about listening. Because when this first came out, we got some pushback. But we dialogued, we spoke, we looked at the issues that seemed to be, that some of the players were uncomfortable with. We gave reassurances which seemed to calm many of them down. And I think, as I said, it's work in progress, but I see that it is gradually getting to a phase where the sort of contributions that one would expect from that sector will definitely be there.
Thank you, sir. Well, I mean, the governor spoke about collaboration and partnership. He doesn't just say it. He is here with one of his deputy governors. It's a long time I saw a governor go around with any of the deputies in Nigeria. I want to then ask you.
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to ask you about bank recapitalization. I think before the CBN announced it, people already said this was something that was going to happen. So it wasn't the announcement that surprised people. But the conversation, one part of that conversation that never seemed to go away is the one about retained earnings and how you recognize profit in the sector. When the CBN then says that in recapitalizing, banks will not be allowed to account, use their retained earnings as part of the funds for recapitalization. Are you saying that the profitability level declared by the banks and licensed by the CBN is questionable?
First and foremost, let me say, Frank, I would be surprised if you didn't ask this question. In fact, very disappointed. And my simple answer to your question is no. We didn't. We don't. I think it's also important to give a little bit of context. One of my first major outings was late in 2022 at the Chartered Institute of Bankers. And at that time, I didn't signal. I actually said, this is where we're going to go to. We didn't know how much that was work in progress, but I felt it was necessary to tell bankers and the market that this is where we're headed. This was, I think, in October, November. Then, this year, I beg your pardon, we now went out and actually spoke about the issue of the amounts. Now, as far as I can see, the banks had more than enough time to prepare for this. That's one. Two, we also gave them a whole 2 years. Okay, and that's not normal in the Nigerian circumstance when it comes to policy making. Policies come out and they expect you to do it within 6 months, 9 months, or immediately. And we said no. 2 years, take your time. Don't be in any rush. What we're looking to do is build a better and stronger and more resilient banking system. And that is not something we want you to do overnight. You see, it's important to note that the contribution that the banking system has towards our GDP is relatively modest in comparison to our peers. This, we believe, is a means of hopefully beginning to address that issue. And indeed, will open the banks up to different kinds of, wanting to provide different kinds of services to the populace, as opposed to aggregating in one particular area. So that's one I think is very important to say. With respect to retained earnings, quite frankly, as far as we're concerned, it helps to build comparability, okay, because with other items, with retained earnings, easily you can, accounting rules allow you to calculate, put certain things in, and others may take some certain things out, from depreciation to amortization to a whole host of things. So we feel that something that is easily determinable, okay, outside of retained earnings, does help for comparability. We think that is very important. And frankly, for us, we have absolutely no doubt in our minds that we must move to a more transparent system within the banking industry. And this will contribute in no small way to achieving that objective.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I have two more questions, and I'll take them very, very quickly. The first question that I would like to ask you is, given the kind of leader we know you are, and you have told us this afternoon you are, there appears now to be a growing pushback against the continued increase in the MPR, which of course impacts the rate at which everyone here in the room borrows from the bank. How do you see the need for a balance between cooling down the economy and also promoting the growth that everyone here has said we need so badly?
Another tough question. Well, look, let me first and foremost make something very clear. Interest rates are not set by the governor of the central bank. Interest rates are set by the Monetary Policy Committee. And thankfully, we have a Monetary Policy Committee comprised of independent-minded thinking people. And these are people who are not given to emotion. What they look at is data. They look at data, and they basically go along with what the data says. The MPC has made it very clear that for them, the major issue is taming inflation. And I've also made it very clear that they will do whatever is necessary to tame inflation. Sadly, very sadly, we have a situation, and we were all there, where a lot of money supply went into the system. We were all there. We all saw ways and means soar to 27 trillion naira. We were there. Is there anybody here that can say that can put up their hand and say they were not there? We saw interventions, 10.5 trillion naira. It has its consequences. painful, but it has its consequences. And in a large respect, that's what we are paying for now. However, before I finish on this, because you've raised, let me conclude by saying that one is not, and I can say the MPC is not, oblivious to the fact that ultimately we do want growth. The country does need growth, okay? And two things I will say. One, if these hikes were not done at the time they were done, if you recall, Naira to dollar was almost tipping over. This helped to stabilize things. That's number one. Number two, very importantly, is that it's a timing issue. This is not something that I expect would remain with us forever, okay? Fiscal issues being moderated and the ability to soak up all the excess liquidity that we have in the system and be able to balance things out over a period of time, that's the important thing for the MPC as far as I can see. And I believe that, for example, I can tell you that between February and May of this year, the month-on-month rate of inflation, month-on-month, has halved, has gone down 50%, okay? So my sense is that, as I said, this is not something that is a one-size-fits-all and you'll expect, to continue like this. To the extent that the right policies are used, and obviously with the results we've seen, the right policies are being used, I believe that in the not-too-distant future, things will begin to moderate and interest rates will come down.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And this is my very last question. It is not all the time that the big masquerade come out to dance. And even you alluded to that earlier. So let me ask you this question. What is your outlook for Nigeria 1 year, 2 years down the road? How do you see things panning out, given the huge amount of data that you see and the people that you talk to?
Well, I think a lot has been said here today, and I recall two things I noted down when my dear friend Catherine was talking about Kintsugi, building back better, and NIA.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage, actually, to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself, so there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate hates divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast. You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to Tech Trends on Business Day Television. My name is Temitayo Jayola, and with me is
Oluwatife Omotayo.
Today we have a wonderful lineup of stories from the recently implemented increase in cost of data by MTN Nigeria and how Nine Mobile subscribers are likely going to start enjoying improved network based on the deal with MTN. And also we have news on what is happening in the fintech space and in the crypto space. Bolu, welcome again to
Thank you
Tech
so
Trends
much.
on Business Day.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here once again.
The last time we were here, we were discussing the rationale for increases in tariff by telecom operators, And I think for like the most time, we defended the operators. And today, which interestingly actually happened yesterday, but people didn't notice until today. Today, MTN, the largest telecom operator in Nigeria, has actually increased prices of data. And if you go to Twitter, it's a mess.
I know.
Because 15 gig of data, 15 gigabytes of data that used to cost 2,000 naira before for every week is now 6,000 naira. I mean, before, that means that in a year you're spending about 312,000 naira on data, if that is your data plan. And if you earn minimum wage, it means you're spending about 40% of your income in a year on internet. Bolu, I mean, today we are subscribers also.
So I think, and I don't know whether this is me taking back my words. I'm not really sure, but it's not easy. That's where I'll start from. It's not easy. So when we started this conversation the last time, we were looking at it from the point of view of the telcos. We were thinking, oh, how would they survive? They need to up their revenue to be able to improve their services. They have done that now, and data for 1 week, 6,000. I'm sorry, everybody's not taking that well. Me inclusive. We are not taking it so well because at the end of the day, nobody's salary has increased 200%. Nobody's income has increased that much to cover the increase in prices. Nobody, I mean, what everybody does, no employer has increased salaries that much. So this is a new lease of life. I don't know whether people will have to start turning off their internet right now, or maybe using lesser internet, or because at the end of the day, if this thing is here to stay, Nigerians have to cope one way or the other. So which means we may begin to start looking for ways to cut back on our internet usage so that we don't spend all our income on internet.
You know, as Billy rightly said, in our last show, we defended the stance of the telcos, and we still understand why there has to be an increase in prices. We still understand why the Nigerian Communications Commission, the Nigerian Communications Commission, we still understand why it approved a 50% hike in prices. But as subscribers, has also affected subscribers. Today, we are feeling that pinch in our pockets because as of Sunday, just Sunday afternoon, I personally still bought the 15 gig of data for 2,000 naira. And today when people started complaining, the first thing I did was I checked my Momo app and I thought they were joking. You know, Nigerians can joke about everything and people Photoshop these days. There's a lot of AI. And so I just felt it was AI, it was Photoshopped. But I checked Momo and it was staring right there in my eyes. 6,000 naira for 15 gig of data in a week.
So I think there's a part that I don't exactly get. Now, we know the NCC approved a 50% increase.
Yes.
But this is not exactly 50%.
No, this is 200%. But according to sources in MTN, while there's been a 50% increase, it's not, how like the word, it's not, so some of these prices before were technically a sort of incentivized to allow subscribers to use data more. So it's kind of like I have this data bundle. It's not my actual original data bundle, but I can afford to give people this data bundle so that maybe more people will be able to use this data plan. But now that I'm not earning a lot, now that I'm making losses, now that there's a lot of pressure, like there's pressure everywhere.
So that means the original prices now have the 50% added to them.
So let me just read through. I mean, we have the recently approved prices for data plans. Same is also happening with calls. But now, I mean, internet is, because what we're focusing on internet is the fact that today Nigerians actually are Nigerians use the internet more than they actually make phone calls. Because you make calls on WhatsApp, you are either on Instagram, you're on Twitter, you're on YouTube. And even for the telcos, they make more money now from data than from voice. So according to MTN's new data plan, 1.5 gig of data of internet that used to cost about 1,000 naira is now 1,500, but it's now 1.8 gigabytes. So there's no more 1.5 gigabytes for 1,000. What you now have is 1.8 gig, but for 1.5. Then 20 gigabyte of data that used to cost about 5,500 is now 7,500. And I think the most interesting one, because now we're still talking about the smaller plans, but the most interesting one is that 1 year plan that used to be 1,000 naira, that used to be 100,000. That's the 1 terabyte. It's now about 250,000, 240. I mean, people on Twitter are saying, why did I not subscribe yesterday or on Sunday?
No one could have known, you know. If everybody knew what was going to happen, we would have all subscribed over the past week or over the past few days. But nobody knew. It took us all by surprise. So,
but the positive today, and I mean, still, if we're still going to try to speak based on the facts, even though we are also affected subscribers, the positive today is that based on this latest implemented increase, telecom operators now have more cash to funnel into their network services. So that means in the next 3 months, we're likely to start seeing improved network services. I don't know if do you use MTN?
I do.
Did you witness what happened on Friday?
Oh no! I
so on Friday, a lot of MTN subscribers could not use the internet. And telcos have said it over and over again. They've said it. We don't have money. We don't have money. We don't have money. But now today, they have money. Or today they will have money because now they are going to what? They are collecting how much from me? They are collecting 6,000 naira.
Speaking of Friday, I think I saw tweets about it and people were like, MTN, thank you for making me a pilot. Or I have
you didn't see tweets? I couldn't use Twitter.
No, so people were saying I have turned off flight mode on off. I am now a pilot.
Oh me, I turned off my phone. I turned it on again. I thought the problem was me. You know how men will, when they want to break up, they say
it's not you,
it's not you, it's me, yeah. So I thought it was me for a while, but then I was like, okay, so I turned it off, I turned it on, but then later I spoke to somebody that uses MTN and they're like, they don't also have network. I'm like, oh, so it's not me.
You know, for a moment, because usually I don't use MTN, but I think when I step out, I do. For a moment that day, my internet was not working. And so I was like, did I run out of internet? I said, no, I checked my balance. There's still internet there now. Why is it not working? I bought another one, saying, okay, maybe for some reason that one is not working. It still was not working. And I told myself, at this point, I might as well just leave this phone on flight mode and try to use other sources of internet that I had available to me. Because it was infuriating. On this one, not on this one, not.
And it's interesting how, I mean, our lives today is actually connected to the internet.
Everything you want to do is wrapped around.
Everything. I mean,
yes.
I couldn't use my Word because it's also connected to the internet on Friday. I couldn't work for I couldn't work for most parts of Friday. And which actually ties to my productivity also, because without the internet, I can't work. But I mean, now that there's increase in prices and I'm a subscriber and I'm crying and I'm also complaining, but then I trust that the telcos now, we can hold them. I mean, rather than them sending me an SMS, because they sent that SMS where they were apologizing, saying, we're sorry we had bad network. I mean, if it happens, now that I'm paying what?
You can hold
if
them.
I'm paying 6,000 naira for 15 gig of data every week, if you don't give me internet, it means I can hold your neck. And it means you have to pay back money.
When I buy 1 terabyte at 240,000,
it means we will fight. But away from MTN, other telecom operators have not yet implemented this increase. But then it's expected that everyone is actually going to implement this increase because the NCC has approved this price increase, and we expect that it's going to go across the board this week and next week. So whether you're using Airtel, whether you're using Globalcom, or whether you're using Mobile, and if you think that you're still free today because it has not, it's that thing, breakfast has not touched you yet. But I mean, it's Valentine's season, and we know it's a season of love, but Trust me, telcos are going to serve you breakfast. You are going to chop this breakfast because everybody's for everybody according to NCC. But then we expect that, I think the only upside is the fact that we expect better network connections. But experts also say that some users are likely to scale back on how they use internet service. That's what experts are saying, that because, I mean, if you're spending, 40% of your income as a minimum wage earner on internet alone, and then you still have food, and as we know in Nigeria, food almost takes about 50% of your income. What is left for transport? What is left for other expenses? So that means that this increment is definitely going to be felt by everyone, including the telcos themselves. So yes, you're increasing prices, but then if a lot of people are also not using your services,
should also reduce.
It means that you yourself are also going to feel it. But then we expect that the economy shapes up well, and maybe then we can then start talking about a review of prices, maybe probably downward, I don't know.
Fingers crossed.
But then, let's go to good news. Nine Mobile subscribers, we know that you're going through a lot. We know that sometimes you don't have network. We know that sometimes when we call you, it takes 2 weeks before our calls can go through. But we have good news for you. MTN, your network, that's Nine Mobile, and MTN are about to enter into a deal, a national roaming deal that allows Nine Mobile subscribers enjoy MTN's infrastructure. So what this means is that if you use a Nine Mobile network and you're in a place where there is no Nine Mobile service, automatically your line is going to be able to connect to an MTN line. So you're still definitely on Nine Mobile, so there's no problem. Nobody's migrating you to MTN, although, I mean, I don't know what you are still doing, but then you are still on Nine Mobile. I mean, you have gone through a lot, so we feel like this is good news for you. So this deal, while it has not yet been approved by the NCC, is expected to help Nine Mobile because Nine Mobile has gone through a lot. They keep losing subscribers. They are the smallest telecom operators. They have about less than 4 million?
3 million-ish.
I mean, they have less than 4 million. MTN has 84 million subscribers. That's a lot.
So first of all, I think that Nine Mobile users are the definition of long-suffering. You know that fruit of the Spirit the Bible talks about, long-suffering, they are the definition of long-suffering. When I couldn't take it anymore, I went to port because I don't know. I couldn't understand what Nine Mobile was doing. But beyond all of that, I think this is really good for Nine Mobile. At least the remaining people who are still on the network can at least get a little value for their money, can at least get better service, at least their network can work, literally, in layman English. So it is not just that you are a Nine Mobile user and you are complaining every day. At least there's a ray of light for you, even if you don't want to leave Nine Mobile, maybe because you have a deal or, but you have at least decent internet, you have decent network coverage, so that at least, even if you're not joining good networks, the network you're on can still carry you.
So I think for us, in layman's term, it's more like I have a big umbrella. MTN has a big umbrella.
Come with your small umbrella.
Nine Mobile has a small umbrella that cannot even cover its head. But now MTN is willing to share this umbrella with Nine Mobile. So if you're a subscriber, I mean, you've gone through a lot, as she rightly said, and it's Valentine's season. I think we think that you deserve love, and Nigeria also thinks that you deserve a little bit of love in your life. So when this deal pulls through, which according to experts should happen very soon, because it's been in the works since 2020, when the NCC actually approved a trial of the national roaming services between MTN and Nine Mobile, we expect that when this pulls through, you will no longer be missing for 2 weeks before your loved ones can call you. I mean, that's good. I mean,
good news.
It's good news. I mean, with everything that we're going through, at least some people are getting good news.
At least.
And then another good news, fintechs, startups, every hop there is starts. 2025 is shaping to be a great year. Or should we say, is it too early to say it's a great year?
I think the word you're looking for is a promising year.
Okay.
Don't call it great year.
Okay, so don't let me be a Yoruba man and promise the world, and then we know what Yoruba men do.
So I think it's a promising year, because considering the trajectory we've seen from 2022, 23, 24, I think 2025 may show a rebound.
Yeah, so why we're excited is that startups on the continent were able to raise close to 300 million US dollars alone in January.
Yes, I think the exact figure is about
285.
Yes,
yeah, it's 285. So, and this was a what? This was a 240% increase year on year from the 85 million that they raised last year, January. So already the year is shaping up well. And this is also very promising, as she rightly said, is that since the COVID boom, I mean, we all know what happened with the COVID boom, where a lot of funding came into the startup ecosystem and everybody had crazy valuations. Everybody was raising a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the year where I think if nobody told you to go and start working in tech, they didn't love you. Because everybody would tell you,
was learning.
go and work in
Yes.
tech. Go and work. There's money in
There's
tech.
money
There's
in
money in
tech.
tech. But then that bubble burst. I mean, that bubble went away. And since about 2022, there's been a downturn.
Yes.
2022 was bad. 2023 was terrible. 2024 was a sort of, okay, let's just balance.
Yes.
But now in 2025, we're seeing things shape up. But what do you think is actually going to be exciting for the ecosystem? That when I say the ecosystem, the Nigerian ecosystem itself, where do you think funding is going to go to more? Considering the fact that, I mean, there's still a lot of funding going to fintechs, but now we're seeing a rise in climate tech, for instance. We're seeing funding go to a lot of climate tech. And also, according to feelers, investors are actually very interested in anybody doing anything with AI now.
Yes. So, first of all, there is a saying that if you throw a stone, you would meet the stone would touch at least 5 startup founders who are building fintech services. If you throw a stone, just throw it. There are fintech founders all around. And so, in time past, fintech has always taken the largest share of funding in time past. As you said, there are other sectors that are trying to come up, ed tech, climate tech, AI, and all of that. But we need to note that in Nigeria in particular, we do not have so many AI startups.
Yeah.
You know that. So we cannot expressly say, oh yeah, funding will go to AI startups when we don't even have so many AI startups. So I think it's a game of numbers. The number of the sector that has the sector with more startups would most likely see the most funding. Most likely see the most funding. Because if we have 3 AI startups, we have 10 fintech startups. If we have only 5 venture capitalists coming to, there's just a high percentage or a high assurance that those in fintech would at least get more funding. So while we know that there is the capacity for change, there is, everything in life is subject to change. But from what we've seen, we have many fintech startups. So we may just maintain that trajectory, or who knows, if these ones can rise, who knows, funding may go to them. But I just think it won't be as much as that going to fintech startups.
Interesting about what you said is the fact that I recently spoke to a couple of investors, and recently was asking them about how they are thinking about funding into the ecosystem in 2025. And something that was very instructive that they said was the fact that AI is not necessarily a standalone startup. So now fintechs are also adopting
AI. Yes.
So logistics tech, they're adopting AI. So it's not, so when we say AI startups, we're not just saying, oh, okay, go and set up a large language model.
Yes.
To build like
I mean, Nigeria has a couple of AI startups. There's
even fintechs are adopting AI. So this funding is still going to go to...
It's still going to go to them. But I think there are now individual startups that do only AI. But like I said, like we've established, there are not as many as those that are fintechs that are using AI. At the end of the day, AI can be incorporated into any of these sectors. So what the goal now is, how are you using AI? How does AI function in your sector, rather than, is it AI you are doing? You are doing only AI.
No.
You understand?
So if you ever wonder what happened to the e-Naira, I mean, when the e-Naira came up, there was a buzz, and everybody, okay, not everybody, well, the people in government were talking about e-Naira, and I don't know how many people eventually used e-Naira, but now Nigeria is not done in that space yet. I mean, while INERA is still INERA in wherever it is, the CNGN, yeah, our stable coin, although privately backed, is about to go live. I think this month?
This month.
Later this month?
Yes, this month.
Already listed on some
Yes,
local exchanges. Yes. And the interesting thing about this is the fact that it actually presents people, crypto enthusiasts, with an alternative that is local. Like now you have something that is privately backed, is local, and it's pegged to the Naira.
Yes. So I think the thing about this CNGN is, first of all, it is not publicly owned. It is not controlled by the CBN like eNaira. It is privately owned, like it's an organization. Its ownership is by an organization on its own.
Yeah.
So it does not have any. It does not exactly have anything to do with the CBN. While of course they are its regulatory heads, but it doesn't exactly have anything to do. That being said, I think this is a good avenue for businesses, for people to be able to get into the crypto space, because now businesses can now say, okay, I want to begin to take my payments in stable coin, and so I can now incorporate a platform that has it on my payment portal. So beyond paying Nigerian Naira, you can now pay CNGN. You know, that is now also a means of transacting it. And also it's important to mention that this would also help financial inclusion. Beyond the everyday, pay cash, I need to transfer, dealings with cash, there is now the opportunity for you to now make payments in other ways, thereby expanding the scope of people who would now use it. People who would now say, okay, what options do you have? I want to use this.
Yeah, so it's interesting because Nigeria has come a long way with crypto, and despite having one of the highest rates of crypto adoption in the world, we've seen our central bank ban cryptocurrency. There's been a back and forth. But since last year, the stance have been changing. The Securities Exchange Commission has licensed a couple of operators, and now we are seeing CNGN rollout. So I think it's good for crypto adoption. I mean, that is like the big picture, the fact that we are seeing a country go from skepticism to acceptance. And I think that brings us to the end of today's show. I mean, we couldn't touch on the fact that fintechs are eating banks' lunch, but maybe something we might have time to talk about in another show.
Yes, definitely.
Because I mean, it's like a younger brother stealing from their elder one's lunch. I mean,
it's like a child chasing its parents out of the house.
Will I say chase? Banks are still
making them sit outside.
Good. But thank you very much for joining Tech Trends today. We hope to see you next week, same time, same station. My name is Temitayo Jayola. With me was
Boluwatife Omotayo.
Thank you so much and have a blessed day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.